Clock, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First on the agenda is approved last week's minutes.
So move.
I'll second. Moved by Thompson, second by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 4. Miscellaneous motions. Moved to authorize director chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice for Lisa Shoop, registered nurse, health department, new hire, full-time wage, classification 60-6, wage starting at $29.87, effective 7/3/23.
I'll make that motion. I'll second.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Meeks. Any discussion?
Does this fill all the positions in?
Well,
So.
does it?
Should be
She
closed.
had,
I'm not too sure they have part-time.
I think there's a part-time.
Maybe
I think there may be a part, I think
No.
this fills her full-time. Right,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I think.
She'll be here
She'll
this after, be here, yeah, she'll be here.
She'll be here this morning.
Yeah.
I think this does fill her full-time in the
Any more discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. No. Kansas Legal Services, Ty Wheeler, you're up, sir.
Thank you. I used to be sitting here, didn't I? Instead of standing?
Not since I've been here.
Yeah, they used to have a chair up here.
Oh, did they?
They changed things.
And I'm gonna give you another piece of paper too. Thank you. And then do this. Oops. You don't need to do that one.
You want me to-
You've already done
I can just pass
Oh,
it.
yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
You just pass them down.
Yeah.
I think I met you all before, so I'll cut some of it out. I'm Ty Wheeler, Kansas Legal Services in Emporia. We are a statewide not-for-profit law firm. That means we operate under the same rules as every law firm across the state, every law firm up and down the street here. Except for we're not in it to make money. We're in it to be a not-for-profit. Some years we do too good at being not-for-profit, and some years we break a little bit over even. This last year has been the hardest year for me in the 30 years I've been here. We have been 2 attorneys short for about 6 months of the year. That means I'm doing the workload for 3 attorneys. And was fortunate, when I looked at the numbers this year at the end of the year, about kept the numbers the same. That meant I was working way too hard and losing sleep over it. The county hired away my experienced attorney. They hired her to be county counselor. And it is hard to fill attorney positions in Emporia right now. We have increased our starting salary to about $75,000. 3 or 4 years ago, it was like at $44,000. It is hard to hire when the law schools, when I graduated, there were 230 kids in my class. Last year, there were 97. On the day they took the bar, 2 KU students, out of all the students that graduated, did not have jobs. One had decided to go be a stay-at-home mother, and the other one, we interviewed him, and he's probably not going to be an attorney very long. Law schools are now being graded on how their placement rates are. They get ranked based on their placement rates. So by keeping the classes a little smaller, it's a little easier to place everybody. But what that means is that The middle of Kansas is becoming an attorney desert. When I started 30 years ago in Lyon County, there were 46 members of the Lyon County Chase County Bar Association. Now there are 19. There are 12 of us in private practice. The rest are working for the county. It's horrible. If you go to Chase County right now, there is not a single practicing attorney except the county attorney. If you come over to Coffee County, I think what we have now, because Linda's now retired, James is mostly being a judge and doing federal law, it is hard to find an attorney. When I go to Morris County, it is like a bar meeting for the Lyon County Bar. There are 2 attorneys in Morris County that are practicing in private practice. One of them is under indictment, so I don't see many people beating the way to his door. So it's been a real difficult time. We now have hired Leah Sreddy in my office. She was an intern with us for a few years. Very bright young lady. Her husband owns a construction company in Emporia, so I think she's going to stick around. Question is if I can keep her in my office. Hopefully so. Last year we did, looks like 5 more civil cases in Coffee County than we did the year before. We did a few less public appointment cases. Part of that is because I had to tell Judge Campbell that we needed to back down because we were just too busy. I like coming over and doing city court over here. I like getting over to Coffee County. I enjoy Coffee County. I enjoy Judge Wine. I enjoy just being here. It's a nice county to practice law in. But most of my counties are that way. Enjoyable to be, good judges. If you talk to the attorneys up and down the street, at what we do, we are probably the best attorneys in the state for it. If you want to get a protection order, I've been doing it for 30 years. If you want to fight over $1 million estate, I'm sending you to hire somebody else because I don't want to do that. I don't have the expertise to do that. Usually I call up somebody and say, hey, I got a client here who's got a lot of money. I'm going to go get the protection order and get her safe. Then I want you to do the divorce. They're like, oh yeah, no problem. The way it usually works is the other way around. Is I get a call from a local attorney who says, hey, I got a lady sitting in my office. She can't afford to hire me. I'm going to send her down to you guys. And we talk to them and see if they qualify. They have to meet certain financial qualifications. They got to meet a case type qualification. We don't do any cases that really generate fees. We don't steal from the private bar. I think that's why it's taken me 30 years, but I think now at this point the local bar considers me part of the bar. We get along very well. In Coffee County last year we did 3 divorces, 1 paternity case, 6 PFAs, a guardianship, 3 expungements, and a disability case. Expungements are sort of new this year. We had a local gentleman, Mr. Richard Porter, who came in and said, hey, I did an expungement for one of my employees, helped him out with it. It changed his entire attitude about his life. Made him go from thinking he was a bad guy to go to think he was a good citizen. It didn't change his employment prospects because he was still working for Mr. Porter. But his change in attitude really got to Mr. Porter. And Mr. Porter came in and said, here's $50,000 in soybeans. Go down to the elevator, cash that out, and go to the Emporia Community Foundation to do expungements. I've done more expungements in the last 6 months than I've done in an entire career at KLS. And it is amazing to me to watch the impact that has on some of our clients. These are people that, I used to think, oh, they're frequent flyers. They're never going to make much of themselves. And now they got a good job. They got a good life. They got a family. And they're going back to school or they're doing something good. And it's great to see. I've sort of been changed about that and how that affects our community members. Divorces, paternity cases, PFAs. We get a little grant from the AG's office called VOCA, Violence Against Women Act. And as part of that, we get to get in and get somebody safe. If somebody calls in and says, hey, I want to get divorced because I want to marry my new boyfriend, my real husband has been in jail for the last 5 years. I'm telling her to go hire somebody else. She can afford to, she can take the time. If a lady comes in and says, hey, he's beating on me, he's beating on the kids, let's get started on the paperwork right now. So those are the kind of cases we try to take. We try to be there for people who can't access the justice system any other way. The world is sort of an unfair place if you can't have access to justice. I mean, we did a legal needs survey about 3 years ago, and it turned out that 80% of our client-eligible people had a legal need. Less than 10% sought legal assistance. Number one reason, they thought it was too expensive. Second reason, they didn't think we could help. That's pretty sad. If you need to get a divorce, you need to get, whatever, a paternity case, PFA, guardianship, you should have access to do that. The guardianships, we've drawn a lot more of those. We have a program through DCF called Kids to Kin, I think is what it's called now. They've changed the name like 3 or 4 times. But what they do is they try to go in and find a SYNC case or child needed care case before it gets filed. And mom might have a severe drug addiction, and grandma might be a good grandma. And they send the grandma to us to get a guardianship over those kids so they don't come into custody. We've probably done 30 of those in the last year. That means there are about 30 kids that didn't come into custody, plus their siblings. Probably saved the state of Kansas about, $40,000 a kid. So it's making a good impact. We do some public appointment work over here. We do some for Coffee County, occasionally on a SYNC case or a criminal case when they get really desperate. And then we go over to Burlington and do their city court. And I think there are 3 attorneys over there that practice over there. I guess I'll ask, do you guys have any questions?
There's a need for your services, that's for darn sure.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it makes me sad when people call who qualify and make it through the process, and we just don't have the staff or resources to help them. And I think...
Pretty much every business in the world today, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Last year we had 20 people who financially qualified for our service and were within the priorities that we could not help. That means there are more people that we could not help than we could help on civil cases. That's sort of sad. But I think that's just sort of the way of the current world. I mean, you know, they make a joke. One attorney in a small town starves to death. 2 attorneys make a pretty good living. We're getting to that one attorney in every county, and it's sad. I mean, I think there's one practicing attorney out in Marion County. You know, nobody in Chase County. 12 of us in Lyon County anymore. And over here, I don't know who's actually coming to court here. Because Brian's really not taking any more cases. James is doing all civil work or all federal work. So it's hard to find anybody. Linda's retired. So.
Well, that's what Wade's...
Yeah, Wade's one of the few practicing attorneys over here.
He's trying to bring interns in to bring them back into the county later on. You know, he's trying to mentor or whatever you want to call it to get some lawyers back in the area.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we've got a new executive director. Marilyn retired this December, and we brought in Matt Keenan from Shikardi Bacon, one of the bigger firms in Kansas City. Took about a 70% pay cut to come work for legal services. And he's really dynamic and is trying to expand. I mean, one of the first things he did, he came in and gave every attorney a $10,000 raise. He said, I got to be able to keep the attorneys I've got now. I can't keep losing them to go work for the county attorney, go to county counselors, or go somewhere else. And, you know, he's helped raise our starting salaries about $15,000 since he's been here in October. And he's going around to all the law schools this year and hitting up anybody who wants to be an intern and hiring them. We've never hired interns in the past. They've always been volunteers. He's now paying them through, what they call the Washburn Third Year Anywhere, and then there's another program at KU that helps pay interns to come work for KLS. I've got one right now, Nick Vello, he's from Emporia. Nice guy, and he's already telling me, hey, when I graduate, I want to come work here. That's the kind of things we got to do to get attorneys in the door. Because it used to be, you know, I could go to Washburn and go to a student meeting and talk to 10 students who wanted to be legal aid attorneys. Not anymore. They all want to go out and work for some big firm and work way too many hours and make a lot more money. So
Money game, isn't it?
some of it is.
You got 37 clients representing Coffee County. How many clients do you have covered? How many counties do you cover first?
7.
I was thinking it was 7.
Lyon, Chase, Marion, Morris, Coffee, Anderson, and Greenwood.
So on your expungements, what age person do you typically see that's trying to get that?
30s.
So what are the requirements? What do they have to do to be eligible for that?
Depends. Every crime has a different time limit. Like a DUI has 10 years.
I see.
A theft has 3 years. Battery has 3 years. Lower level crimes are about 3 years. They got to have 3 years clean.
Okay.
Or they have no criminal cases.
Okay.
They can't have. There are certain cases you just can't expunge. You can't expunge any sex crimes. You can't expunge child endangerment. They're just stuck with that.
Right.
Now, if you go through a drug court program like Lyon County has, there's no waiting period after it. If you successfully graduate drug court, you can go in directly and get an expungement done, and the court picks up the court cost.
I see.
So it's sort of a nice program for those who graduate. But Lyon County's drug court program is probably the best drug court program in the state. The success rate is like if you graduate drug court, the odds of you being convicted again for any other crime in 5 years, their stats tell me it's about 20%.
Wow.
So 80% of them don't come back.
Yeah.
Normal probation, about 50 of them, 50% of them come back within 2 years. So,
I think if somebody's sincere, it's a
yeah.
good program. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
instead
And-
of having a handicap every time they try to go get hired for a job
Yeah.
or something, you know.
Well, and a lot of it, it's like, if you've got a drug felony on your record, you can't get any student loans. So you gotta go get that expunged if you wanna go back to school.
Wow.
And, you know, that sort of stuff.
Counterproductive.
Yeah, and I really appreciate our drug court. Fentanyl deaths have been horrible lately. I lost 5 clients in Marion County to fentanyl since January.
Really?
Yeah. It's just vicious, and it's killing people.
And it's everywhere, isn't it?
And they don't think they're using fentanyl. They're now disguising the pills to look like oxycodone pills. They're giving them these oxycodone pills, and next thing you know, they're hooked on fentanyl. And they won't even let officers bring fentanyl into the courthouse. It has to stay outside the courthouse. They have to take pictures of it and bring the pictures because it's just toxic to even touch. So,
It's unreal. The potency of that stuff.
yep. It
apparently.
used to be meth, and now it's fentanyl and some cocaine again. I don't know why, but
Are they not lacing the cocaine with fentanyl?
sometimes. And they've made the DUI laws much tougher. They put the third or subsequent on the felony list. So if you now have a prior felony and you get a felony DUI, you're looking at 4 years. Used to be a year was the maximum penalty for any DUI. Now it's 4 years in prison. It's not jail time, it's prison time. So, making us have a lot more DUI trials, but I think it's good as a citizen. I think it's great. As a defense counsel, I think it's hard to deal with.
A little more than what it needs to be.
No, I think as a citizen, I think it's just right.
Right, but as a defense.
As a defense counsel, I think the difficulty is when you know what sentence you're getting, whether you plead guilty or take it to trial, there's no disincentive for taking it to trial. And I wish the county attorneys had a little bit of latitude in how they dealt with those people. I think anytime we take discretion away from the court system, we're doing an injustice. like driving while suspended, one of my biggest pet peeves, it's a poverty crime. If we get a speeding ticket, what do? We go pay it. If I got a client gets a speeding ticket, and it's gonna cost them $500, they have a question, do I pay rent this month, or do I pay that ticket off? And they don't pay the ticket, they gotta still drive to work, and invariably, they're not very good drivers, and so they get pulled over, and they get a driving while suspended. And driving while suspended, first time you get mandatory 48 hours in jail, second one you get 5 days, and a third one you get 90 days. And since we're not doing work release ever since COVID, that's 90 days sitting on your butt in jail. By the time you get out, your house is gone, your job is gone, and probably your savings are gone.
All started with a speeding ticket.
Yep. And, you know, for me, I just go down and pay it. So, well, if you hear of anybody, you see of anybody that has a legal issue, have them contact us. If we don't know how to solve it, we know somebody we can send them to solve it. That's a nice thing of working at KLS. I don't have to know everything, but I gotta know who in KLS knows things. And we got 56 attorneys across the state, and it makes us the second largest firm in Kansas. But if I don't know a housing issue, I can call Casey in Kansas City and send them to Casey. If I don't know a domestic issue, not very many, I don't know, but I could send them down to Rhonda in Wichita. You know, I could call and say, hey, how do you do this? How do you file a Hague injunction so they can't get a passport? You know, that sort of stuff. And she says, oh, here's the form, I'll send it to you.
You got a lot of tools in your tool bag.
Yes. And sometimes if you ever want to have fun, take a look at our website. We now are offering all these free forms for people who don't have an attorney, that they can go online and they do this interactive, they call it Law Help. And it's this little person walking down a path. It comes to the first question. Do you want a divorce? Yes. Were you married? You know, you have to put in your date of your marriage. Are there children? And you just go down the path and answer the questions. When you get done, if it's not a ridiculously complicated divorce, it'll print out the divorce forms for you. If it's too complicated, they'll send, go see an attorney. So, yep.
Pretty interesting.
Well, last year we helped 38,000 people across the state of Kansas. So, we're a little over 3,000 in for you, actual representations.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You said you had 56 attorneys throughout the state. Are they
Yep.
100% employed with the firm?
Yes. Yeah, we actually we used to do advices in the local offices. If somebody called in and just had a question like, hey, how long do you have to be in Kansas before you can get divorced? By the way, it's 60 days. Now that gets sent to one of our 2 advice attorneys, and they actually both work from home, and all they do is call people back all day long and advise them. Hey, this issue is that, this issue is that. And it saves me from having to do a lot of that. It takes me a lot of time to call and connect with people, where they can do it just right then.
These 56, are they working under your leadership?
No. Matt Keenan is our executive director.
Okay.
I am now probably the most senior staff attorney. Leland retired the other day and he had 38 years in, so.
Statewide, how many attorneys are you short then?
At any given time, about 6.
I thought you might say 20 after you're short 2 in your area.
Kansas City and Topeka just filled 5 positions between the 2 offices. So, helps that law school just graduated. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If you got any questions, give me a call.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
You guys wanna set your legal services up on your budget book? I'll put them in your books for you.
It's amazing the kind of help they can give.
Much needed, sounds like.
Yeah, apparently.
So I'll put that I'll put that behind you. So keep your letter and that way if you wanna look back at any of that, put it all up there and I'll put them in your book.
Okay.
Got some special issue checks we can do here. legal.
Hi. How are you? Good, how are you? Good. Okay.
Time clock still working?
This week it is so far.
So far, so good.
And we haven't got back with the trainer, hasn't gotten back with us yet, so we may be delayed again until that whole outage just delayed everything, so.
The check for the road and bridge dump trucks in there, $266,000 or something like that.
Okay.
I did get to look at that truck up at Emporia there last week.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
up there getting inspection done.
I see.
There was a few things I said needs to be fixed before we take possession of it.
I see, well, that's good.
And hydraulic hose rubbing on a metal bracket, it just should have been tied up and out of the way.
Yeah.
It's a good thing to catch things ahead of time. Yeah, there's a strap missing on a cover off the hydraulic tank cover, just small stuff.
Small
I nitpick.
Small stuff can grow into big stuff.
Yes, it can. In heartbeat. Morning, ladies.
Good morning. Morning. You ready for us?
Yeah, we can, bring you on up.
Okay.
Connie?
Perfect. Here is, I don't know who wants to pass those around. So our app, and I'll let you come up with me. I'm Connie Cahan with SOS, and I think I've met a lot of you, and I appreciate what you all do. It means a lot. SOS has a great presence over here, and I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. I've been around as the executive director for almost 11 years, and I kind of want to talk back about what I've seen in Coffee County over the last 10, 11 years. We have had great support from you all to provide the services that we do. So we work with domestic violence, sexual assault victims, and that's what Nicole does, and she'll talk to you more about that, stalking, human trafficking, that type of victims we work with, and we see those over here. We also have a child advocacy center over here. It has not been as active as we would like it to be. We've, for too many years, the last several years, we've not had a presence over here as far as an actual interview room. What happened was, and you all probably remember I think the city maybe owned the building that we were in and let us use that part of the building. They sold the building to the school district several years ago, and so that we didn't have a building to do interviews for kiddos who've been sexually assaulted or witnesses to violent crimes. So we now, finally, I can stand in front of you and say that's happened now. Nicole has the building across the way. We've rented that building.
Right
And
across here?
Right across, and we have now put in, is all the new equipment in there, do you know?
I believe so.
So
I think it's just getting the little end pieces done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we had a grant that let us get new furniture, new equipment for over there. I went on vacation last week, so then they were finishing putting everything in and hooking up all the computer equipment. So if not today, very, very soon, we should be able to start doing our interviews back again over there. When we have a team here doing that, it's remarkable and it's sad at the same time. There are children in your area that need those services. You know, we see them all the time. They would have to bring them over to Emporia the last several years. And that's really hard on families and kiddos who've been sexually assaulted. You know, they've gone through a horrible time of their life. And for them to have to then make that trip over there, do that interview over there, and then come back, it's just an awful lot. It's a lot anyway, but when they can do it in their own hometown and feel comfort, that's even better. We have a great support team over here, our multidisciplinary team. If Wade was here, he could tell you. We have a great team with Wade on it, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, DCF. It's amazing, the people that work together, Crosswinds, we all work together for that family, to make sure that family's wrapped around with services and taken care of. You know, when you've been through a horrific event, it's nice to have people that support you, and that's what this team does, from that first disclosure to prosecution. Okay. We've seen too many kids in this area have to go through this, so we're very thankful that we've been able to bring back that actual room to be able to do that, and then and although we've kept the team together the whole time. So thank you for your support with that. Our victims that we serve, that Nicole serves, it's amazing when they hear about our services. It's very hard to come forward. You know, it's something that you're ashamed about because you feel like when you've been abused, you feel like it's your fault. I was abused. I felt like it was my fault. You know, if I could just do it right, if I could just be better. I believed everything he said to me. You know, if I was smarter, prettier, thinner, I could do anything to make him happy, but it never made him happy. And that's what happens. And it's really hard to leave. And it's very, very hard to ask for help because it's a situation you're going through personally and you really don't want anybody to know. Again, because you feel it's your fault. Nicole, do you have a story you'd like to share with us today?
I've got a couple that I can think of. I've been working with one particular family for a year now, and the growth that I've seen in this individual has been tremendous. They finally got the courage to leave their abuser, get out on their own, and their lives have forever changed. Not too long ago, this individual in one of our meetings, they mentioned, they're like, I want to be you when I grow up. Granted, they're about my age and everything, but it just made my heart happy that I am part of the change that's going on in this individual's life. And then I've worked with families of somebody that unfortunately had to go through human trafficking. And the change in their behaviors from the time I met them to where they are today is astonishing. They have survived and overcome so much in this last year and a half that it's been an honor, and it's an honor to work for this agency.
The work that Nicole does, that the Child Advocacy Center staff does, is very hard work, and we couldn't do it without the support of the community and our community partners. Recently, we submitted an award for Garen Hahn to the AG's office, and he was awarded that then on Friday for the work he does at the Child Advocacy Center, because he helped us through this process of making sure we got our office back and going here. You know, we've had lots of people that have helped us, but he stepped up a little bit more than some others. But that's because he had the support of the sheriff, that type of thing, behind him too. So we appreciate the support that you all provide to us and all of our community partners, so we can continue to meet the needs that you all have for the victims in Coffee County. Our ask this year is $7,500. We've given you information as we'll talk about our services. I don't want to stand up here and read that to you, but you can see the different services that we provide and how we do that type of thing here in Coffee County. Do you all have any questions for us?
You say you work with Crosswinds?
We do, absolutely, because most of our clients really need those therapy services.
Sure.
We do have a therapist that comes, and she actually, for SOS, we've had one for a year and a half now, and her office is in Emporia, and she still comes here, okay? We also, you need to know that we have a shelter in Emporia, and we do, Coffee County clients do go over there. And please remember, our shelter is not just for women and children, it's for everyone. We serve all genders. So we have people, we had a gentleman in our shelter with children at one point in time. So we serve everyone, and we want to be available to everyone.
Thank you.
Sure.
Unfortunately, we have to have your services, and that's the sad part in the world we live in today.
You know,
Unfortunately, we do have your services.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have your services.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
and the help that you can give to someone in need is and the tools, once again, in your tool bag, everybody is available to jump at the drop of the hat to rescue somebody.
Absolutely.
It's,
In the last 2 years, I'm just curious, the last 2 or 3 years, have they been worse than before, or is it just, does it,
It fluctuates. I think we all have seasons where I'm busier one season, you know, my first year here, I was busier, say, during the winter time than I was during the summertime. And this year, for instance, it seems like I've picked up more this summer than it was last summer. So it's a wave,
yeah,
unfortunately.
It was hard coming out of COVID with kids being at home and,
I guess that's what I was.
yes, you know, and so that was hard. So we've seen a lot of mental health issues because of that. And even in kids, it was really extremely hard on kids.
I know it was.
And I know that from the Child Advocacy Center piece, we've seen a lot of children, a really high number, and that's really hard.
Right.
It's hard to know what to attribute that to. You know, if you've been following any cases in the court, you've seen some things happening. A lot with child stuff happening here. We really would like to get into the schools in this area and provide some prevention education programs. You know, if you're a child and you're being abused at home, you assume everybody else is, because that's what you know. And if no one is teaching you that, wait, someone's not supposed to be touching, your uncle's not supposed to be touching you like that, how would you know if that's wrong or right unless someone tells you when you're really young? So we really would like to bring in more education in the schools here. I think that's really an important piece, and we do have a person to do that. Southern Coffee County is really, really good about letting us in, and we do a lot in Southern Coffee County. We just like to do it more in the Burlington school system. Wow.
Last week we had Russ Tuttle here with Stop Trafficking Project. He came in and did a presentation on what adults should look for as far as online solicitation of children, sextortion, human trafficking, and what we can do as parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles to help educate our kids on social media apps and everything else. So that's only just a minute fraction of what our agency can do to help bring awareness to the community.
This one cover page with all the numbers on it, 466 services provided.
Yes.
The number to the right's a 59% increase. What's that telling us?
It's telling us that Nicole is really working hard with her clients and providing all the services that she possibly can and helping them know what's available to them. When a client comes in, we give them choices. We don't tell them what to do. So basically that just means she's working her tail off with those clients when they come in, making sure they have any services they need, whether it's the mental health services, it could be other counseling, it could just be one-on-one counseling with her safety planning. It could be hooking her up with other community resources. It could be court advocacy, so going to court with her, filing a protection order for her or him, filing a protection order. So it's all the services that she provides to them and refers them to.
At 59%, is that an increase
Over the year before?
over the last year?
Yes.
Of awareness to them, or,
Of services that I've helped with.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm sorry there's that many, but I'm
Yeah.
happy that you're helping that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're talking about an increase of 250
Yes.
over 1 year.
Of services, yes, exactly. So not clients, but providing those services. I think Nicole has gotten used to more of the services here in town as well, knowing about more of the community resources, and make sure that everybody was reaching out to everything that they could potentially take part in. ECAN services, those type of things too.
I work closely with the ladies at ECAN quite often, with providing mutual services. Unfortunately, some of our people fit both of our bills, but it's nice to have that extra community support too, another agency that can partner up with us and work together to help these victims of domestic or sexual violence.
Our Child Visitation Exchange Center is another piece that I failed to mention. So we are serving families from over here. So they have to come from, they've been court ordered probably. They can self-refer as well, but court order to our Child Visitation Exchange Center. And they go over there, the non-custodial parent goes over there and has visitation with their kiddos, while a security guard is there and they have a supervisor in the room to make sure those kids are safe. That's our number one goal when that happens, to keep them safe. And you can see our therapists at 31 sessions over here, serving 4 clients, and then the Child Advocacy Center, serves 8 victims of sexual abuse over here, which is way too many in my book.
Couldn't agree more. Way too many.
Any other questions for us?
Appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks
what
for your
you're doing.
time, and we appreciate your support, and it
Very
means a
nice.
lot that you know that what we're doing is important, and that support to us. We
Very
couldn't do it
much.
without your support. So
Very
thank you.
necessary job.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you very
Have a
much.
good week. Well, that was supposed to take us to our 10:50, but I think, Amelia, if you're ready, we'd hit you a little early.
Yep, that'll work. Okay, how's everybody doing today?
Good.
Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday. Okay, so the first thing that I would like to discuss is the motion for Lisa Shoup, RN BSN, for the public health nurse full-time, wage scale 66, for $29.87 an hour with a start date of July 3rd, 2023. The reason why I would like to start her at 66 is because she does have 5 years of public health experience with the Montgomery County Health Department. So yeah.
Which is, yeah, we already approved that in the miscellaneous motions this morning.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I kinda had a question, 'cause I think there was, what is it, nothing over 3, or is it over 5? 5. 5 is the top.
No, it's
So,
over 6.
is 6 the
The medium is 6.
medium, 6, okay.
Medium is 6.
And so with the
That's where that
criteria
falls
that
in.
that you explained, I mean,
Yeah.
it's understandable.
I think she'll be a really good asset.
Medium is 6, and that's for task, 60.-6.
And now, do you live here in Burlington, Coffee
So
County?
this is Susie,
Oh, this is
our
Susie.
new 3/5
Oh, okay.
RN. So her start date is today, of course. I'll let her introduce herself a little bit.
My name's Susie Stroman. I live, over by Williamsburg,
Oh, okay.
so, yeah, I worked at the hospital here for 2 years, and then, now I'm here.
Now you're here.
Now I'm here.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Thank you.
Glad you're here.
She does have experience in women's health, and she'll be taking over our MCH grant.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
With Lisa starting, does that make you full staff on your full-time people?
That is
Correct.
correct. We'll be full staff.
Have you still got a part-time? We had talked, seemed like you still had a part-time place to fill. But I may be wrong.
We do have a part-time CNA position, but, so that one was kind of a special position because our FEP coordinator split that, during COVID, so that's why that CNA position existed, but we are reevaluating that position currently, if we need it or not with fully staffed nurses.
It may be fully staffed.
Yeah, that's correct.
You've done really well staffing.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
She hit the ground running.
Yeah.
Very good.
Trying to get business taken care of.
I think I asked you when we was interviewing you, or maybe after the interview, your connections would be a plus and retains. Has that ended up being a plus for you to retain these 2 RNs you retained here in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I believe so, yes. Lisa, I think we were lucky to get a hold of her, and Susie, I had worked with her previous, and I think that helped a lot.
So you had previous contacts with the
Yeah.
both facilities?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, welcome aboard.
Thank you. And she'll be here Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, so she'll be a new face in the office.
Cool.
Yep.
Very good.
Well, thank you guys.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You
Have a
too.
productive day.
It's great to have the health department full staff.
It is, she did it with
Record timing.
She did.
Yeah.
I think she knew it when she come in.
I think she
I think she got it pretty good.
I think she pretty well knew what was gonna
I
happen.
think, yes, that is pretty much. You've got to leave at 10 o'clock, did you say?
Yeah, well, 10 till here.
10 till? Okay.
So I'm running out of time.
There's some, special issue stuff there that we can send around, then we'll take a break and then, Wade can get on to his, visitation or gravesite. And we can go into our
Housing authorities on the way
housing
here
authorities
real
on the way.
quick. I moved up
Oh, you
them,
moved up, okay.
and then Ryan Durst will be here, about 10:30.
10:30.
So hopefully we'll move it along. Moving along quicker though.
But our zoning can't
Zoning
change.
can't change, right, but
So finish up the special issue stuff, and then we'll take a break,
and housing will be here.
and then the house will be here at 10.
Mhm.
Museum, 10:20.
Yeah,
Still leaving them at 10:20.
probably,
Do the housing and so do.
yeah. And the bridge will come in about 10:30 afterwards, that way if museum moves quickly.
That'll lose, everything in yellow.
Right. Cause she might be here a little bit before 10:20.
Well, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and cut out. I don't know, I should be back shortly after
Yeah,
11, I would think, so.
Okay.
Take care, Wade.
Okay, see ya.
We'll see you, here in a little while.
Okay.
Mr. Bowie, how are you, sir?
Good.
How about yourself? Wonderful. Mr. Thompson had a visitation to go to a graveside service. Never good when you bring in a rolled up mat.
Well, this is the engineering on that,
Ditch?
the ditch going all the way from Neosho down to the bridge. So, I don't know if this means anything to you, if you look at it.
How many inlets did they come up with? You know, he's talking about an additional couple.
I believe it's a total of 5.
Say, it looks like there's 4 or 5 straight trails.
So I believe there's two items in the ground that can be pulled out of the ground and sent back in a credit.
Yeah, there's 2 ends.
So I think what we're waiting on right now is, as soon as this came out, it was sent to Kilo Construction, and Kilo got a hold of whoever they do the inlet prefab. And by the end of the morning, the goal is to have something to present to the board. This is all I have right now, because this was sent in on Thursday.
So you don't have to change order yet.
No, hopefully before your meeting is concluded today, maybe by this afternoon, something will be sent in, and I think I'll also send it to Angie, so both of us can kind of be watching.
I hadn't been up there all last week. And, you know, the parking lot over here to the east, looks like they've got it ready for the asphalt or ready for the concrete curbing, but it seemed like the stuff to the west here, and maybe been a pretty slow process last week after Monday, but that's just an assumption, and just by walking around a little bit.
Did you say something from, River City coming in? 'Cause we just got something.
Those are updates of some sort on something different that's not a,
Okay.
Yes, this is the truck that we just, I mean, right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know if it rained throughout last week down here. Did it? There was one day.
They're pumping water, they were pumping water this morning.
There was one day last week a storm built and went west and north from here. I don't know if it come through Burlington or built on the west side of Burlington.
there were a couple days where late afternoon it rained pretty good.
They're pumping water in 2 places this morning.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I saw, but
Yeah, I didn't walk all the way down to the school. Out here, they're pumping water in a couple places.
Had a good meeting with, SOS and Ty Wheeler.
Ty Wheeler, they do a good job. They are a necessity to have for people who
Need
tap
the help.
into and use their help, so.
Guess we'll take a quick 10-minute break, and come back at 10 o'clock, and then the housing authority, is that right? Yeah, the housing authority will be here at 10 o'clock. Be back at 10.
is it,
But he refused to go back in.
Might as well just hang out.
All right, we're back. Rhonda Gilbert, Housing Authority budget request.
I think you all got a copy of that. That's to kind of go over it. We are asking for a little bit more this year, just with the cost of everything, and trying to go after a little bit more money. You can kind of see where our match grant expenditures, you know, we kind of had thought we'd only be getting like the 150, where we wound up getting in around 396 from last year to this year. Through the shovel money we received, the moderate income housing grant, and our HPG, our where we go out and rehab houses and everything, which is a very successful program and everything.
How much of the rehab are you doing? Have you done anything rehab-wise?
Okay, you mean like just on anybody's houses?
Right.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. We received a grant every year. I go after it every year. We get about anywhere from 50 to, if they have extra funding, they always call us and say, hey, could you use it, which is great. You know, that's a great rapport with them. And I'm just now applying for another one for 50. And so, yeah, we're doing a lot. Sometimes the lead-based paint kind of kicks us a little bit, so then that's when we use to try to fix something that maybe has a bad fascia board or something like that. We use our match funding, which is great for that. We're also going after another one. Some of our consultants have talked about it, and I'd heard about it. Osage City has, or Osage County has one, excuse me, the federal home loan grant funding. And so we are going to try to go after that one, and I want to put a little match funding in that, and we haven't done that before, so we're working on that one. And that is a easier going one. You can spend a little bit more, and you don't have to have all these regulations as our HPG does. But
So do you have projects that you have in mind that you want to go over this to help somebody rehab?
oh yeah, we have a list.
Okay.
You know, it just, and some of them that we do, then they come back and they say, hey, could you do more? You know, after their 3-year period, you guys always release the soft mortgages and stuff. Or sometimes we just extend them if they've got something wrong. A lot of times we can't get it all done with the $5,000. Like let's say if they have a basement issue, we do one wall, then we come back and do the next one and stuff like that. So yeah, it's very busy. I spend the money on the housing preservation grant, so it's very needed in our county.
you write your own grants?
Oh, yes.
The 396 estimate for 23, you've received that.
We received the shovel and the moderate income housing and the preservation. I'm also going after more for 24, yes. Yep.
I think you mentioned the other day there's a possibility of going after a very big one.
Yes.
Where's that at, and
I don't.
is it to the point
okay.
to discuss?
It's not.
Okay.
My consultants came down the other day to go over our moderate income housing grant that we're putting in and getting the tax credits. And they said, hey, because they're very tight with Topeka and everything, and they said there's some other additional funding coming down, and I can't remember how many millions they told me. They said, we can't tell you the whole thing, but we'd like to go, hopefully after maybe $2 million for Coffee County.
Is what you mentioned the other day.
Yes, that's what they had suggested we go after for, and I'm hoping maybe that could be towards our zoning project or whatever we need. I don't know. We're gonna see where it would fit the best, but I gotta wait till they release it, but he said be ready, and that's why, of course, I don't wanna get into the zoning yet, but I really need that property to move forward.
First come, first served.
Mhm. And, but they said, you know, when they tell us, we have to move very fast for that 2 million, so.
Is that a matching 80-20?
I don't know yet. Sorry. I wish I could tell you a little bit more, but they were like, they didn't want to get the cart before the horse, but, you know, everybody always hears the funding coming down, and the state does have a lot of funding, you know, coming around, so. But pretty much others, any big projects, I'll probably have to come back and discuss it with you guys if there's something more that we need, but I did want to ask for just a little bit more, so I would have some for some of the grants that are popping up and coming up.
The house at Waverly, what's the status on that?
Well,
I mean-
no, I can tell you, the gentleman that's in there with his fiancée and her kid, they are just kind of unsure. They kind of want to keep it when they get their house done possibly as a rental, but they have said that, you know, and I said, but I kind of really need an answer.
I was just curious.
And so I kind of put it back up there, we're just doing a month to month,
Sure.
and then they would like to know, you know, when something comes along, and then, going from there. But yeah, and it's, you know, we are renting it still out right now.
No, I
until-
know you are, I
Yeah.
see the kids playing out there.
Yeah, they really wanted to stay with the school system and everything,
Right.
but, you know, I've had some people look at it, and I have a realtor, I had to be out of the office, with a family emergency last week, and anyway, I've got a realtor that would like to come look at it too,
Good.
so,
Good.
yeah, I'm still moving right along with it.
No, thank you.
Yes, of course.
Do you still have a demolition?
I do, yes. If we have any emergency demolitions or something like a need, sometimes I come and talk to you guys, and I might put some of my funding in there and
I see.
everything. You guys are really good about waiving landfill fees, and that is great, because that's, the homeowner has to have a little bit in the game, and then we're helping them a little bit, and that has really been a great program, and I appreciate you guys doing that.
I talked to you last week and also talked to Mike there 10, 15 minutes on the triplex and Leroy. You know, we're basically down to the concrete being poured.
Yeah.
Everything kind of going on this week, but to give everybody kind of an update, because I get questions now and then.
Yeah.
And everybody kind of likes the way it looks, especially with the brickwork on the front part of it and everything. But you got a time frame now, next few days or a
Yeah,
couple
we're
weeks,
just,
as long as the weather cooperates.
yeah, and that, it was gonna pour Friday, you know, had guys lined up Friday, and then they were talking rain, so we
Yeah.
backed it off, and then it ended up being a beautiful day.
End up getting nothing.
Supposed to rain this weekend, so we didn't get in no hurry on Monday, now it's a beautiful day. So, we'll order concrete tomorrow, and it'll rain tomorrow, so, you know, that's kind of what we're
That's the
gonna,
way it works, isn't
I
it?
think the rain's out of the forecast till next weekend.
yeah, this whole week looks awesome. Basically, I've been on the phone just trying to get everybody lined back up, you know, to punch it out and be done.
That is a good looking building down there. I was by there the other day. That's a nice addition.
It's a beautiful building.
No, it
I
is.
mean,
Can you
we're gonna
pour all
start
that
moving the black dirt in today in the front, start dressing it up and prettying it up. So, yeah, everything on the inside's pretty much done, other than just some, tighten up some, you know, and dropping a sink in and just miscellaneous stuff. So we're excited to be right here at the end, so.
There was a question brought to me, and it was about the sidewalks. Are the sidewalks leading up to it, each apartment, are they supposed to be so wide, for handicap accessible?
That meets all, I understand what you're saying. They're 3-foot sidewalks, but that does meet ADA requirements.
3 foot does.
Yes. Everything that we've done up there, literally measured and shot and make sure that we were within, you know, I can't remember what it is. You can only, come up a foot and 12 feet or something like that, and there's other stipulations, how it comes off, and so, that front, if you really look at it, it makes several different level changes because of
coming off the street up to the building. But it all falls within the criteria, you know, to be ADA, so, but yeah, that is a question we get asked, and to be honest with you, if I had to do it over, I would have poured the sidewalks a foot wider, but that's what was on the plans, and they had them all set up, and we just, you know, went with it, but.
Right. And we are co-oping with, the city, because they have their sidewalk program too, so.
But we've, if you go down there and look, we did a little extra too on the south side of the building because of how the building sets in there. We've got to drain a good portion of the water from the back of the building. We'll come around to the south and then go to the east. And we cut a swale between us and Steve, and then we actually built like a small bridge flume right there at crossing the sidewalk, so that, you know, I said, we'll throw a whistle in there. Well, a pipe only handles X amount of water, and it's really good at plugging the leaks. We poured this flume, so it's like 5 foot wide, and it's like 4 inches. So you can run 5 foot wide, 4 inches of water out into this, which will carry 100 times more water than a tube. And plus the leaves won't plug it up, and it looks better, and,
Looks good, Mike, so,
Oh, it does look good.
yeah.
so, anyway, that kind of gives you an idea of why that was put in. And we even went ahead and put gutters. We put gutters on the back, but we ran piping in the ground, which wasn't on the plans, in order to divert the water where we wanted it. Another thing I just will explain to you, if you look at the back of the building, you're gonna see the back sidewalk where the parking lot is, looks like it's high. And it is high, because of the elevations we had to set the building on. We set the building at the highest elevation we could to meet the ADA in the front. But then we redid the sidewalk at the back at a different elevation to keep the alley water from coming to the building. And then we guttered everything into piping in order to control the water between the outside sidewalk and the building. So that the only thing we'll have to deal with is what lands in that area. And that's very minimal in the overall picture. So if people are asking, well, that sidewalk's higher, it is higher. It's there for a reason, so that we're not getting extra water from the alley.
Keeping the water away.
We're keeping the water away, so we've kind of built it in order to make it flow the way we want it to go and keep the water away from the building, so that, I promise you, it's the way I do my own house, you know what I mean? So we make sure that, no, sorry.
So hopefully by the end of the month, right?
Yes. I know I've been saying that a little bit, but I want to get it right too, and we have not skipped, we have done, like Mike's done beyond. I mean, we want to make sure this is a good
So do you have people waiting to get in there?
I have some people that have inquired about it.
Okay.
I have to take their applications and I just send them to the state, and then they qualify them, and then we go from there. So I wanted to make sure we were ready to roll in there, so I just didn't want to, because everybody is just needing rentals so badly. I'm sure you see it all over Facebook, you see it all over, just rentals are definitely needed right now.
So the state has some call on who can rent?
Yes, because this is a moderate income housing grant, and so
So you
for
don't
5
have,
years.
you don't have the final call on that then?
Not all, but we
To a
submit
point.
it, we pretty much know, I mean, and most of our workers will fit in the category and stuff, but yeah, we are in that program for 5 years, and then we can do whatever we want to, like our one over here in Burlington,
That was a way
anybody
to,
can, yes,
that was a
yeah.
way to, for funding, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They just wanna make sure we're hitting the moderate income, because, there's a lot of stuff for low,
Sure.
and then high, you don't need help, so it's great, it's a great program. Any other questions? Or-
I don't have anything else.
Yes.
Thanks for the update.
No, thank you.
For you and
Thank you
Mike.
much.
Oh. Shirley?
Hey.
We just leave these in the book and you
Yeah,
pull them
I'll-
when you
yeah.
need them.
Museum
Just leave
visitors.
these.
We're trying to roll through the roll through the day.
This is quick. I'm glad I got here early.
Well, we would wait
Oh.
a little while.
All right, I'm Shirley, I'm with the museum, and I've got, okay, cool. All right. Understanding, this is so weird, I'm a fidgety person, so if I
That's
start.
right, you can jump around. and
Okay,
around,
good.
As long as you don't throw stuff.
All right, so before I go into the budget thing, I want to give you a few little highlights of the museum first, okay? With our public relations, our Pioneer Days last year, we had 6 stations, and it was a huge success. Normally I try to aim for about 150 activities. We had over 200 that went through, so I'm glad that we had spares. This year we're planning on doing it in September. Be late September, that way, you know, it won't interfere with the OK Kids. Our tours, we usually have Burlington Elementary School, the first graders. We picked up Madison 5th grade. We've also had the Alumni Kansas come in, as well as the Kansas Campers Associations, and we were part of the wellness block. The displays, I don't know if any of you guys have been to the museum lately. We took down the train display and we put up the mammoth fence. So we have like about a 97% mammoth. Ooh, coolest thing in the world. And so the crates that it came with, we painted them, put them into the display so we could level it. It is gorgeous. It's going to be a work in progress. We're not going to be able to complete it for several years. There's a lot of them that we had to piece together. So, you know, it's like I said, it's going to be an ongoing thing. We have this huge catfish that the kids made probably about, I don't know, 8 years ago from elementary school. And it's paper mache. We have that now hanging up. That's actually one of the most favorite things for the school kids now because they can walk under the big catfish. So that was really cool. Our auditor that we have had in the previous years, they could no longer do us, so we actually have hired another one from Manhattan. They are just now in the process of starting, so our audit's going to be just a little bit late, but they're hoping that by next year we could work us into a better time, so it'll be a little bit earlier. So yay for us to being able to find an auditor to take over the museum.
So the other one?
I think that they were just downsizing,
okay.
Really, yeah. So we branched out. We contacted the ones that did with the county. They were unable to do it this year. So I've emailed them and asked if for some reason that the audit that we're using now falls through next year, if we could, you know, contact them. So hopefully, you know, we'll be covered. We have also have 2 part-time helpers this summer. We've needed that for several years. We've got one that's helping Erin in the genealogy library and one that's helping myself with the curator stuff as far as like accessioning old artifacts and hopefully doing some display work. I'm hoping to keep this up in the future. I think it's working out really well. And so anyways, I'm just really excited we've got people coming in. All right, now to the budget. The request that I'm asking is a 4.03% increase. That's actually a decrease from last year, which was a 4.79% increase. I kind of highlighted it over and to the side around the resources that you'll note how much of an increase that we've had in previous years. Our public support is higher because we are earning more money within our banking and as well as our walkthrough donations. So that's actually helping us quite a bit. That's why you see such a huge jump for public support between those 2 sections. So if we go back up to the expenditures, the 4.02 for personnel, that's going to be basically taken into account for COLA, medical insurance, which is rising, capers, as well as the summer part-time help. Okay. The contractual is a little bit higher. That's due to the building insurance going up, as well as our advertisement. The advertisement's going to be more like rack cards, brochures, business cards, all those things that promote. We haven't done that in several years, so we're due for that. The piece of paper that I gave you that looks like this, I haven't done this before, and so I actually wanted to bring this in to show you.
This is one of the things that I give our auditor as well as the insurance for the museum. This will show you last year's accession. So when people come in and they donate things, this is all the things that they donated. This is the value that we've placed on it. And so last year it shows that we basically took in $28,000 for the group total for last year. That's going to make our insurance rise for the building because they're covering the said artifacts. Our insurance is amazing for the museum because if I were to break a stapler, the insurance would give me $2 to replace a stapler. But our insurance, they go on how much I save for the artifact. So my artifact stapler is worth $100. They're going to honor that. They'll give me the $100 to replace that stapler. So for the fine arts, it's a really good insurance. So anyway, so that'll kind of show you why our insurance seems to go up a little bit. It's going to be in consideration for the artifacts. As well as what I've been told is that like the building is going up and things like that because of maintenance and replacement costs. So, but yes.
Who's your insurance with, or?
Excuse me?
Who's your insurance with?
We have two different ones, well, three. Okay, we've got the Hartford Travelers, and we've got a different one for workman's comp.
Have you ever put it out for bid and see what you get?
We do. Every year we go through that.
Every year?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This complete list here, you got 50 items on it or more. How do you continue to find space to put this much stuff up every year?
I know, right? It's crazy. I'm a professional hoarder. That's my job title. Right, really, honestly, we are really, we're at capacity for a lot of our larger things. So now when people come in and they're like, hey, I've got this beautiful dresser from the late 1800s, and this actually happened, it's like, okay, can you send me a picture? And then depending on the significance of Coffee County, then we will take it, things like that. The things that we are really just drool over is going to be photographs, records, things like that. Photographs obviously takes up less space. The records is really good for the genealogy, which is, very big for the museum. And I can't really pass that military. I'm a military brat, so anytime there's something military, I'm like, oh, yes, please. So yes, but we do. It's difficult trying to find some space. The mammoth was a stretch. But you can't pass up a mammoth. So, I worked it. I worked my magic. So.
Everybody needs a mammoth, right?
That's right! There were so many selfies that we took. It was like, ooh, mammoth dog. Okay. Our commodities are higher. That is basically going to take into consideration, I have allotted money to attend the Kansas Museum Association conference for Aaron and myself. It's an invaluable knowledge for within the museum community as well as to be able to make those connections. We do have increased cost, basics all the way around, buildings, office supplies, archival supplies, everything has risen, so that takes into consideration that. The capital outlay is higher. We have a joint project that we are doing with the Genealogical Society as well as the library and some of the county that we're going to be digitizing newspapers of Coffee County. That's going to be put online. I believe that the library is the one that's going to be putting it online. The museum itself, we're not to that level yet for our webpage, so at least it's going to be getting it out there for people to do that research on. Our transfer year end is higher due to the increase of the January expenses. I haven't updated that in several years, so that's where that one is noted. I want to kind of just show you real quickly the budget narrative to kind of explain my process of thinking. That'll help. When you go to page 1, it'll show you the 2022 year review. The expenditures, $300,057, and in parentheses it'll give another number. That is actually what was budgeted. So everything around there that's in a parenthesis will show you what had been budgeted versus what was used. Sorry, other way around.
What was paid, what was actually used versus budgeted.
Exactly, thank you, yes. On page 6 is where you go into the 2023 year-end review. This is just going to be basically exactly what was presented last year for the budget request. That's why you don't really see any of the little parentheses or anything like that. It is strictly what was submitted. And page 12 is going to be the 2024 year planned. That's going to be, I've broken it down by percentages. That'll show you what the increases were. I've done it by line item as well, so you can kind of see where I have kind of budgeted the money within those sections. Those are kind of fluid. If for some reason our repairs are a lot higher, I can take it out of another line item. But for right now, that's how I'm planning on doing the budget so far. Everything should be have the percentages to give you a little bit of idea. If there was things that, as far as like our utilities, trying to figure out what numbers come, I try to put as much of a narrative to explain the process of how I came up with that figure. Yes, sorry, complete stop in my train of thought. So, there's that. One thing I do like to note every year before I conclude, when it comes to, if you go to page 18, okay, and we start going, it says capital expenses, transfer special expenditures, okay. Those things are going to be, okay, so our future HVAC upgrade, $17,000. It's for the future use. We don't intend to use it this year, so we put it into a special money market account. That's an account that the board can only get into by vote and for the specified reason of what was put down for our capital expense. So those are going to be increased. That's also going to show with our reserved assets because of that. There was several years ago, I think it was probably 2013, I came to the commissioners, we needed an HVAC upgrade, a partial. It was over $200,000, and we were able to get that help. But from then on, we started adding things to our capital outlay for future reference, so we wouldn't have to come back, in a panic saying, we need some major help. This is going to help in that 20-year mark, that we have that money set aside, that we could do those repairs as needed. The same thing with our roof. We do that as well. We now have gotten the full museum building roof completed. The only ones left is going to be the church and school buildings, but the main building itself has been completed. So now we're looking at another 20 years down the road so that we could actually get that money back into our account.
Is there any grant money available for any of your type of capital outlay that you're aware of, Shirley?
I did go through that a lot when I first started as the director in 2012. There really was not. And a lot of things that fall within the historical things, it needs to be like on a historical register, which means it can't be moved. You got to use the same likeness, things like that. Even our church and school doesn't fall within that because it's been moved from the original location.
Seems like there's grant money out there for about everything, where.
And it might be that I'm just not really finding that thing. No, I know. It seemed to me that we fell right between that special little thing of being an historical significance, really. Do you have any questions for me?
I don't have any. I know I need to get to the museum.
You do. It's amazing. And we've got an awesome mammoth. So please, come
now
look
you're
at
putting
it.
this thing together by yourself?
Yes, Aaron and I. We've called it Brutus because it's heavy. And we really had no idea about a mammoth other than, how cool. So we're learning all about mammoth bones. We've got humongous totes that need to be pieced together. Basically, it was found in Oklahoma, and so the soil has depleted it. And so when they go to lift it, it just kind of falls apart like the skull, okay? And the skull has a honeycomb within the brain where the brain matter goes. And so that's why part of that is completely kind of destroyed. The main bones itself, some of them are just humongous. So you really, that's super cool. So, yay.
Sounds like it.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you so much
Thank
for
you
your
much.
time.
Thank you. Keep playing with bones.
Playing with bones. Professional hoarder.
There you go.
Hello.
Take care. Take care. Ryan, Road and Bridge Superintendent, you're up.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ryan. Thanks for coming in earlier.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Let's see, first thing I have is we had one road permit for last week for water line crossing. Not sure what Angie does with those. It's just for filing. I mean, there's nothing to sign it off on, just for filing for her purposes, I think. And we didn't have any call-outs last week, so that was good. Next one I have is a motion. This would be CP2 for an employee that got his CDL last week. And so I know we had that discussion here quite some time that, you know, where we bring people in that after they get acquire their CDL, they would get a step raise on that. So that's
Motion 2023-43, move authorize direct chairman sign CP2 payroll notice for Travis Stratton, mechanic, highway step, step change, sorry, I missed the change, didn't I? Highway step change from wage classification 35-2 to 35-3, a wage from 1986 to 2025, effective 6/12/23.
I'll move. I'll second.
Moved by Meats, moved by McCurry, seconded by Meats. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
thank you. I didn't know if Wade was around.
He has been, he was.
Okay, I
He
know.
was down in the lobby when I came up.
He's out the lobby.
Alright, well, I talked to him earlier, so I think, let's go ahead and discuss the dust control. I know I updated you last week on, some that was going on there. I got a call Friday, so the most up-to-date scheduling they got is approximately the week of July 3rd. I did ask for a request for them to consider, prorating their price to us, and that was denied. I know that next Monday, there's a rep from Scottwood will be here. Just to answer any questions or anything you guys may have.
Coming in for the whipping.
Well, that's up to you guys what that'll be, but, so I started this morning calling some individuals in the county that's just to give them an update on where we're at, scheduling, and just try to help with some of those calls coming in to our office, just try to answer any questions they may have. You know, I think there's a lot of them don't realize that's, you know, something we contract out. It's not, we don't do that internally, so it's, I think it helps to have those discussions when they realize it's not just us not doing it, you know, as far as the scheduling side of things.
What was their original start date?
I mean, they don't really have a date. I know,
I knew that.
I know it's for our program that starts May 1st, and so we try, I mean, typically we're ready, you know, the first part of May, you know.
That's 9 to 10 weeks.
Yeah, last year it was the end of June, last week of June, and 2 years before that it was the first week of June when they were here, so typically it's applied in May.
And the people that apply for it, they pay up front, is that right?
Yes, yep. So we, you know, that starts as early as the first part of March. You know, usually through March we take the applications for that, and then April we kind of spend getting stuff ready. You know, a lot of times we need to haul rock out there. and we'll get some of the prep work done and be ready for the first part of May, for their schedule. You know, a lot of times they'll give us a start date and it'll get pushed back a few weeks due to weather, but yeah.
I think that's something we need to tighten the contract up.
Oh, we will. So next year, as the bid documents that we send out, we'll reword that and, you know, probably add like it'll be completed by, you know, whatever date we decide works best for our schedule, sometime in May. And then I don't know if you know, there's probably enough dollars there that could require a performance bond maybe, and,
Yeah, that's probably gonna shrink, I mean, which the pool is already short of the amount of people that supply this material and apply
Right.
this material.
Right.
And so you start adding, you know, your performance bond and done by X date, so on and so forth, that might, you know, you might come down to one person might want to.
Or maybe zero.
Or maybe zero, you know,
Right.
I mean, that is a possibility.
How close will we be able to do that ourselves?
I mean, we don't have the equipment
Okay.
to spread
I thought
out.
that was your comment
Yeah,
before.
I mean, we would have to have trailers, and then, I mean, to get the product, you'd have to travel. I don't know. I know there's a guy up around Marysville that, the product he's getting in is coming from Minnesota.
Oh my gosh.
So, you know, next year, I think he'll be able to get his product out of Oklahoma, which I think is where the company we're using, I think they get their product out of Oklahoma, I think.
Well, it is a service to the county people that apply for it. The county does put a lot of money into it as far as prep work.
Right.
And I think it's just paying to break even on the product only.
That's correct.
You know, so I can see, you know, the residents that want it, I can see and it's been abnormally dry too.
No, right.
So, yeah, I can see why people are starting to get a little ruffled around the edges about it, but,
Right.
I mean, our hands are tied.
Right.
Can't do anything about it.
Right. So, anyway.
Other than correct it next year.
No, that's right. No, that's absolutely right. So, as far as the rest of what I got, really, I'm waiting on Wade for the next stuff, to do, so I don't know if Carl.
So the executive session
It needs
is
to happen
going
first.
okay, in line, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, I can either call that and include Wade, or we can let somebody jump in front of me and I can come back.
Let's see if you can locate Wade.
You're talking to me?
Please. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Said he was down till August possibly.
Not all.
And we
Have
got
Anita
a
track
zoning
me.
meeting at 11 o'clock, so we
Yeah.
probably have to ask you to come back.
Yeah, that's fine.
How long's your executive session?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
They are starting asphalt today out by the landfill. Be doing some milling some headers and stuff in, and then laying asphalt tomorrow. And I think they're moving up to Levo. After that. Be working there probably Thursday. So I contacted the railroad today, so they'll have a flagger on site so we can tie into that railroad crossing and get that crossing fixed up, south side of the crossing up there.
Oh, okay. Now, you said, was there gonna be some possible milling on them two bridges on the Autobahn?
Yeah,
East
that,
Bridge?
I've had a discussion. It's not gonna happen right now, but
Okay.
while they're in the area.
Okay.
While they're in the area.
All right, now that we've got Wade back here.
Yeah, I'd like to request, an executive session for the board and Wade and myself to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel regarding employee evaluation and job performance for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. I will move.
Second.
Any discussion?
He already talked to me ahead of time, so I don't know what's happening.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will enter at 10:39 for 2 minutes.
Huh.
We're back, no action action taken on the last executive session. What else you got for us, Ryan?
I think that's all I have for today. So I'll be back next week with some stuff.
You'll flood us next week.
I'll flood you next week.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet. You guys have a good day.
Take care, Ryan. Sign this one, don't I? There's those two signatures. Refill my drink before I start reading it. Morning, Heidi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Carl. How are you?
Good, Jesse, how are you?
I didn't say good morning earlier.
You're all right.
Got a few minutes until our hearing starts. Heidi keeps flooding us with this stuff.
Doing the job.
Mark the big Hampton. Lady, you got stuff for us today?
I think right now, I will pass until later. I don't think in 4 minutes I can cover.
No, I was just trying to get stuff in my head for
No.
later.
I have a couple things for later, but
It's gonna be a busy afternoon, I have a feeling, so.
and I did receive the newest email from either River City or Kilo on the the cost for change order number, whatever it is, so
The ditch.
the ditch, everything that goes with this.
Okay. Substantial.
Depends on what your definition of substantial is.
More than $200.
Substantial.
You
It
better
is
increase that quite a bit.
substantially substantial, if that's what your, $200 is your,
Budget.
barometer, yeah.
We're into the wowzer side.
We'll call it significant.
Significant. Well, it's gotta be right, and it's not right, and it's not gonna be right if we don't do this. I don't think.
I know those 2 sycamore trees are gone.
Yeah, it didn't take long to get rid of
That
that.
was all real quick.
Yeah.
They didn't wanna show them sign of that dying.
I'm sorry?
They didn't wanna show the sign of them dying.
No, those was a young enough trees, put new dirt back around them. There's no question they were survived.
Yeah.
'Cause those were young, you know, even though they were, had some diameter to them, 40 feet in there, they were still very young.
Should've never went that way. It did.
I'll give you a quick teaser. 5-foot round junction box each, quantity 5, cost of each $6,100.
There's 5 of them.
And that's not everything. That's just for the junctions.
That's probably installed, then.
Yeah.
That change orders.
That'd be about right.
So
There was already 2,
There was already 2 built into it, yeah.
and there was credit on the 2 ends.
Yeah, that's included too, so. So it's more than $200, I can tell you that.
Yes.
That's a good guess.
Yeah.
Well, you say that was a good guess.
Always hope. You know what to say, you can always want one hand.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Grab feathers in the other. We're too efficient this morning. That's it, right?
That's fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Still got my markings on it, honey.
Yeah?
Still got my markings on it.
Well, I'm glad you got the same book.
Pardon?
Luck of the draw to get the same book back.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. Heidi, zoning. You're up. You're here.
Yep.
Time for me to roll.
Yes.
I call agenda item number 7, which is consideration of case number Z-2023-01. This is for rezoning amendment request, a change from the present A1 Agriculture District to SHDD Special Housing District, Special Housing Development District. Before we proceed with consideration in this case, I ask the governing body members if any of them intend to disqualify themselves from participating in the discussion because they or their relatives own property within the official notification area, or if they have a conflict of interest or a particular bias on this matter.
No.
No. Let the minutes show 0 have disqualified themselves. I declare we have a quorum of 3 present to consider this case. Has the county clerk received any protest petitions in this case?
Skip over that one.
Oh.
That, since we're continuing it, you won't have.
We don't gotta do that again.
I was gonna say we didn't have any.
Okay. So we go to
Summary of hearing, please.
Oh. Ask the governing body members if they have received all received copies of the approved minutes of the planning board meeting for April 19th, 2023, which summarizes the public hearing on this case.
Yes.
Yes.
I call on zoning administrator Heidi Harris to provide us with a report on this case and recommendation of the planning board.
Okay, so the recommendation hasn't changed, the planning board hasn't reviewed it since the first time you heard it on May 8th, 2023. You tabled it until May 22nd, 2023 for more information and study. Then on May 22nd, you tabled it again until today, June 12th, 2023 for more information. So the only thing that would be if you decide a approval motion today, we did add in the resolution via your request that one condition also, which would be when the housing authority no longer owns the property will revert back to the A1 agricultural district unless the property is developed. So those are the only new things that I know of, and once you get further through the checklist, I'll let the applicant talk.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for the zoning administrator from the governing body members?
None.
Written communications. Are there any written communications or petitions from the public? Applications presentation. Does the applicant wish to present any new information?
Well, I think that you guys had asked us to go to the city, find out, are they willing to work with us and everything. Tom did attend the meeting. Mike and myself, we spoke, and some of our board members were there supporting us. Wade was there also. The city said that they do want growth and that they would be willing to look at what they could do to help us. I think the meeting went really well with us talking. I didn't hear anybody, they kind of had a end meeting too, because Mike Avendroff was also wanting some of his property developed and stuff, and they took a poll of the councilmen there, and they were all for trying to work with us to get it. They were not against us trying to get that done, so I think.
Matter of fact, they had their legal counsel look at changing an ordinance in order to allow them to provide services outside the city limits, which has kind of been, I guess, their roadblock. So they told, in my understanding, the council to go ahead and prep that they wanted to get that ordinance changed for them to be able to approve them to provide services outside of the city limits.
I mean, it handcuffs them if they have that, because then they can't annex anything in. They have to annex it first and then do it. Is that right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know in that type of ordinance where they are with that. I just felt good that they were willing to change that to let us, go forward, but if we'd have to look at them and they would have to look at it too. Maybe Wade would understand that more, but.
So, my understanding was the ordinance needed to be changed or modified first, and then later on down the road, annexation could be a part of the conversation, and the reason why is related to dealing with the utility side of it and some point factoring that had to be in place before there could be a change on the annexation side. So one of the other additional comments was related to what is that, how far out will they go? And if I remember it, somebody had mentioned approximately a mile. Is that what you recall? And that if that is going to occur, it has to be for where there will be more than just one or two homes, because the economics of it doesn't make sense to add the utilities going out that far. There will have to be a densely populated area, I guess, but that also needs to be defined as well, because that was also discussed.
but it definitely left us, we went into the meeting thinking we was gonna have a little bit, maybe a battle, and I thought it went excellent. You know, they were, come right to the table, they were willing to help, they were willing to change the ordinance, they started the council. So we felt really, really good about the whole thing when we left, you know, so.
Better than the last time, the time
Way,
before.
way
that.
better,
Yeah.
yes.
Good.
It's just totally different. And I've talked to some other councilmen and they're all for it. You know, there's, part of what we talked about is we know there's things coming and we need this growth, so they were all on board, so we were very tickled. So.
Very well. Are there any questions to the applicant from the governing body members?
I don't have any, Mr. Chairman. It sounds like great, something's gonna happen, and that's what we need.
I don't have any questions either. Everything looks good. The intent is just to start with one building, is that correct?
Phase one
Yeah.
of the apartments, and we have to do a clubhouse with
Okay.
that, but that's just.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Yeah, I don't have a question.
Does anyone from the public wish to respond to the applicant's information or provide new information on this case, not otherwise presented at the planning board public hearing, that should be brought to the attention of the governing body? If so, please rise, give your name and address. Crickets. Applicant's final response. Does the applicant have any further responses to the public comment? No. No. Okay, here we are. Assuming the governing body has received all the information they read on this case. Did I skip something, Heidi?
No, that's where you're at your deliberation.
Okay. On this case, I will outline the choices provided under the state statute for governing body action, KSA 12757C. Option 1, approve. 2, disapprove. 3, override. Approve. 4, override, disapprove. 5, return to the planning board. Does the zoning administrator have any, what am I wanting to say? Advice, I guess.
Well, this would be the time if you wanted to add any other conditions, if you felt like there was anything else missing. If that, because the only condition you had on it before this meeting was about the sanitation environmental code. So if there's other things you feel need to be addressed now, then that's what I would do. Back to the factors and findings real quick and look at those and kind of see what was discussed. Been a little bit since.
I'm headed to the factor findings.
Well, a couple more options that could be placed on it as conditions, could be flatting it, if you wanted to have them flat it.
What really does that do?
Well, so
Other than drive
flatting,
up the cost?
make it a little more expensive to do the flat, yes. But it's also gonna require them to do other things on our regulations, like to show about the floodplain, all of that stuff involved with it. But in this case, I mean, it's just 2 buildings. Screening, could be another one too, because it is an open lot, and you do have some residential around it, so people could be coming in at odds of the night, and their, headlights could be flashing this way at your neighbor on the south. That could be another possibility, it could be screening. Said I need to put whatever you require, a fence, some type of vegetation.
From the complex to a adjacent neighbor across the street, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, I mean, in my eyes, I don't think you have that now. I mean, anywhere. Do we?
Not for this similar case like this, no. But in past situations where you had businesses, you did require them to do fencing around it.
Well, I can see businesses,
So-
it's a business, but this is a home, or homes, development.
Mhm.
I mean, I just think of I look at apartment complex in other towns and there's none of that. It's considered a dwelling, a home, but a business, I could see, yeah, if you wanna put a business here, you're gonna have to put some type of shrubbery or a screen or something to protect the neighbors from being woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're pulling in to go to work.
Is there any existing houses where that'd be an issue?
The half mile away, isn't it?
You got the
Closest
field of the
one is
north,
on
the field of the
on
north is all
south.
farm ground, to
On
the
the
west.
south, but there's tree line there though, looks like if you go to page 5 of my book.
To the west, there's one house, but it's 200 or 300 yards off the road.
And they have a lot of brush in there too.
Yeah.
Do what?
They have a lot of brush in there, 'cause we
Yeah,
did talk to them
it's
about
200 or 300
that.
yards
Very
west of
good.
the road, if I remember right. To the south, I don't think there's anything to the south. To the east is the church, correct?
Correct. The church is on the east.
On this side.
The south's a windbreak.
I'm sorry?
There's
Yeah.
a big windbreak to the
Yeah.
south.
There's a lot of trees there to the south on that other property.
That would just be the only one, if you thought it was required or not, that,
The only one would be the Bluffus house. But
Right.
that- I can't see, not sure that would be an issue that far away.
I can't either.
It's a couple 100 yard driveway, or give or take some.
And south is what, Don Sherman's house, is that right?
There's a map
That'd
in
be-
there.
There's a big tree line.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
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 the south is Don White's house.
Or,
it says.
yeah, Don Sherman, like, yeah.
Otherwise, the church is the next closest
Okay.
one.
And there, I guess my point was that to the south, there's a tree line there to block that.
Another thing to consider too is they build them in a circle so that the parking's inside, so they kind of block themselves.
Good.
You've almost got a temporary fence there in place.
Yes.
Correct.
And then they're built that way for a reason, you know, so.
In fact, the gaps between those buildings, it is basically a fence. You see any other reasons not to approve this the way it is, Heidi?
There's not anything else in the book that will require you to do anything as of right now. And there wasn't, I don't believe there was very many public comment, except for they were worrying about a possible fence for that pond over there, that issue with the kids maybe trying to go over there to play in the pond.
That's the neighbors, that was the neighbor's pond, wasn't it?
Yes, yes. So they're worried about maybe a fence around the complex or something to keep the kids from going
Kids
in.
in.
Keep the kids in from going over there. That's the only other public comment that I can
What was the
recall.
distance on that, the pond? Is there any documentation on that, how far it was from the actual complex?
If you go to page 14 of the map, that's what I believe they're saying they're, where the pond is. So, I don't have a measurement of how far away that is.
Which side of the, where's the pond?
I'm in
at?
the maps and landowners tab on page 14,
Oh, okay.
on Mike Payne's property there,
Yeah.
southwest of
If something became an issue, could we put a fence up, or could the fence be put up at a later date?
We have actually spoke with Janet, because Janet did voice it to us too, you know, I mean, she's our insurance agent at the housing authority and everything. I mean, you know, she said, how about we co-op? I mean, I don't think we would have a problem at all. We want to keep everything safe, so.
We didn't have any public comment on a fence anyway, did we?
Just mentioned, I think they just kind
It was
of
a
briefly
concern-
mentioned
it was a
that
concern.
the pond, it was their pond. And so they talked to the Christian church, they told them not to let the kids come over, you know, things like that, so. But
Plus, it is their land. I
it
mean,
is their land.
It's really not ours.
We wouldn't have to, but we would probably want to make sure something was there.
But we all know that you put a fence up between our buildings, they ain't gonna stop, go around somewhere else, they're going down there.
Exactly, it's their property.
But again, it's something we'd be willing to work with them, it's just,
Yes.
at this time,
If something came up later on.
Absolutely.
Your building plans on the main floor, do they have, what I'll say, like a grilling area where people have sliders and they go out and can hang out outside? Does that make sense? Like,
Right, kind of a patio. They will have patios, and then they have the clubhouse too. That's where they want them to go and socialize and stuff.
when they thinking on the back end, closest to where some of these will be, if there's families with small children, how that will, that would be the main impact. If you're on the second or higher floor, then it's probably really not an issue. But a kid getting out, going out the sliders.
No, I totally agree that it's, you know, and if they felt we needed to put a fence up, then, you know, we're not against it, you know. I guess we were just, you know, kind of feel out and see what we need as it comes along, you know.
You can do everything you can to protect somebody else's kid. That should be, the parents should be the ones protected and making sure they're not running off. But
Of course,
if something should happen, they're gonna come back on.
Of course,
Nobody
the little ones, they can get away from the parents so fast that.
Yeah, 1 second here, next second they're
Yeah,
gone.
they're gone, but if it can be addressed,
There's an issue up in the north side, or up north, that went to an adjacent pond and passed. Quite a ways away.
yeah, so it was a long ways away.
So,
So if you don't put any more conditions on, we could hold them to building a fence later. That would have to just be between them and if something happened, so.
well, I
just to
mean,
point that out.
once something happens, it's like shutting the gate after the horse got out.
Mhm.
Could you word something with option, for potential option, whatever, of a possible fence? Throw that in there as well. I don't wanna have to,
Yeah.
but I guess it really, if they want it, if they feel like they need to do it later on, that's,
That'd be up to them, I
it'd
mean.
be up to them,
we
it's not
wouldn't
that
be-
it mess anything up.
So if you put it in now, what the fence would do now would be to shield the other properties from, like, the lights of the cars, people, you know, hopefully staying in that area kind of thing. That's what it would be, but if you're gonna say for if it happens, I don't know if you wanna put an if it happens condition on it, kind of thing.
I'd much rather leave it open, I guess.
So I would just say that probably not do a condition on fencing, and then if it does become a concern, just have them handle it on their own.
So you're gonna get an architect to put something together, and then at that point, then you'll evaluate. So maybe have the architect include an option for a fence, and then it can be a part of the entire project, and then evaluated at the back end whether that's needed or not.
That'd be reasonable.
Yep. At least it'd be thrown in there, and you could choose to or choose not to. It might look darn nice, you never know. Once you look at it on a computer screen or something, it might.
If something like that could be done, that'd work well.
So to include within the architectural renderings, I don't know how to word it, but an option for a fence to be.
Are we gonna have to put that as a condition, or that'd just be in their bid, in their architectural drawings, so they could go out for bids?
Are you wanting them to do it, is the question. If you're wanting them to do it, then you have to put it in the condition that, what I would propose would be you'll want a copy of the architectural drawings showing the option for the fence. So then that way, then, if they do it or not, that's up to them, but it's covering you guys saying that we don't know if a fence is required, but if one's required, here's the plans for the fence and it outlines it. Then you're not forcing them to do it.
Okay.
So,
I like that.
Yeah.
okay.
You know, I know you're wanting to move fairly quickly on this, Ron, and Mike, but is something like that gonna slow the process down to the level that is not acceptable?
Well, as I said, my consultant said to be ready to go when this money comes available. So I need it approved, so it can be more.
So with
So-
approval,
The
with
zoning.
approval, that's the start of it.
That's
Yeah,
all,
that's-
that's what I need, yeah.
All we ask for today, and we get the blessing, to get the zoning changed so that we keep moving.
Okay, so how do you want to word that condition?
Just like you said it. How's that?
Wonderful, except I don't remember how I said it though. So, provide the architectural, would it be a rendering?
Rendering.
Rendering, okay.
With the option of a
With the
fence.
possible fence option
Mhm.
prior to issuance of zoning permit. That's what we've done in the past. That sound good?
No, not.
We need the zoning change.
You gotta have the
No, no,
zoning
no,
change.
Okay, okay, I'm just making sure.
Oh, hold on, hold
Okay.
on. Okay, this, okay, would, if you guys approve it, you would get changed to the SHDD, okay? But there's still gonna be a zoning permit
Yes,
prior
you would.
later.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I'm not
Okay.
saying that they won't get changed to SHDD now. I'm saying that you need this prior to them being able to move forward with actually putting the buildings on site. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, perfect.
that's,
Perfect.
that's where I was getting at with it.
Okay.
We've done that in the past with all the other ones, but no. So, okay. Sorry about that.
We're wading through it.
But good question, but yeah, I wasn't trying to. Okay.
Do we need to vote on that, or I think it's pretty much a,
Yes, you would need to make a motion to vote on it.
I move to add special condition, what she just said and wrote down to the zoning for H for this project.
Oh, okay, no, you don't have to do a motion by itself for that.
For that, oh,
No,
that's what I
no.
was asking, so we have to
Sorry.
have a motion. to
Yes, just a
approve.
motion for.
We need a motion to approve it with that option.
Exactly,
With that option.
exactly, with all of these conditions attached. You don't have to make a special one to add it
Okay,
to it.
okay, that's what I was making.
No.
Also move.
I'll second.
Moved by Neat, seconded by McCurry to approve. To approve
The factors and findings.
factors and findings, I gotta get my, recommended by the planning board, case number Z 202301, and to approve resolution number 905. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes. Closing remarks. Christian was aggravated with the final decision of governing body on this on this matter. Have 30 days after the effectuating resolution is published within which to appeal in district court. Thank you all for participating in discussion in this case. You're welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting. I call agenda item number 8.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring up the resolution once I get it.
Thanks, guys.
You'll bring one up.
Yes, I'll bring up the resolution. I didn't have that last one you put on there.
No, I just, wait.
Can you keep your books? Yeah.
Look at that, we was only 6 minutes late.
I'm putting on all the samples, right?
But you can keep this one too.
We're supposed to be done at 11:20 for Ryan, and we're done at 11:26.
Ready to
Yeah.
be done? Be done then?
Yep, Ryan's done, he's gonna be back. Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, guys. I'll be back up a little bit with the resolution.
Okay.
I kinda wonder what Bobby's got for,
I don't know. I mean, we could probably do roundtable, take us into lunchtime.
yeah.
I don't know if Heidi's planning on being back here before noon, or if she's planning on being back here at 1. We'll just start with roundtable. Oh, we get to watch TV. I like pictures.
Jesse, on this motion we just made, do we need in there, let's move to adopt the findings and factors recommendation of the planning board case to approve resolution. Do we need to have the option in that motion?
The option for what?
I'm sorry,
The option for what?
option for the fencing?
No, that's gonna come back.
That's all
coming
gonna come back.
That'll come back.
It will be inside
Yes,
that.
yes.
So we're accepting it as she amends it or
When she
changes.
brings the resolution back in, it'll be.
So that
Yes.
eliminates putting it in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is hot off the press this morning. As you'll see in the upper left-hand corner, 10:35 a.m. It's from Kilo, sent to Warren of River City. So going a little further back, Radu is the engineer, and last week, you'll see, what date is that? June 8th. Preliminary drawings of the revisions to the stormwater improvements. Low line should be mostly unchanged from the initial design, with the exception being directly north of Hudson. Some flexibility to adjust if necessary. And then structure shown, standard square boxes that are on detail sheets. We'll need to change those to round structures due to available lead times. So you'll see in what you're about to see, the round structures. Structure C1 is a larger structure than the others due to the 36-inch outlet pipe. Not sure how far the pipe would need to protrude into the structure if it was round. Sounds like the plan is to use some of the existing 30-inch flared ends for the ditches at Hudson and Bennett. Moved on, and then this morning, please see attached quote for the proposed design change. So, as I mentioned earlier this morning, to sort of sync it up, this document is the design change provided in that initial email. As you'll see, well, you probably can't see it, but if you want to see it, there are 5 different inlets going up to Neosho Street up here. You'll see, if you want to see it, this is Hudson Street, this is 6th Street, and going all the way down to the bridge.
But the two next to your right hand was already in the original plan,
In some way, shape, or form. So
I'm
if you
sure
wanna-
that was already in place. Square. Oh, no, it wasn't either.
The,
Two of these 3 should have already been in. So I think we're just adding 3 new ones.
I figured we was adding 3 new ones. a bit over 5.
You want this?
We can also try to get Huguenin on the phone. He's looked at that. He, I think it matched up with what he thought it would. So,
So two of them's costs would have already been involved in that, so.
well, so here's the quote. And I'm gonna zoom in.
You're getting $4,000 back. Good Lord, Myrtle's $48,000 change order,
A little bit over your $200.
$200.
But to me, the 5-foot round junction box, they've got 5 listed, and I think there's only 3 of them was added to
There
it.
should be only 3 on it.
I think we need an exclamation on that.
Or was it gonna add it, or was it gonna require a total of 5? Because it was going underground versus above, versus being a ditch.
If you eliminate that 12 plus a profit on it, 14, that'd get it down to 35,000.
So we need to get somebody to sort of explain this a little bit more in detail. Obviously, it just showed up, so I wanted it to get in front of you hot off the press. But we're gonna have to have somebody from River City and possibly Huguenin, if he can jump on a phone call, explain a little more in detail what's happening and why.
No, but when I was walking there this morning, River City, they just pulled up out there at the corner, so I know there's somebody here in River City, or was.
Yes, so Ryan is here on site, and then Warren is sort of he oversees this side of things.
So do we wanna get Warren on the telephone to discuss this, or do we wanna get Kilo on the phone?
I'd start with Warren, and I can try to get him on the phone if you want.
Might get him on the phone and bring him up to speed, and that way he's not getting bombarded with 85 questions.
I think he knows what's going on. It's whether he's seen this or not. I don't know where he is and what he's doing.
So who gave this number?
This is Kilo.
Kilo gave the extra? Okay. Okay.
All I need to do is sign it.
That top line item for 140 feet of 30-inch pipe,
I'll email you.
I'd like to have an explanation exactly where that 140 feet is, because I don't, that ditch we're filling in is not 140 foot length, in length.
I think it's going all the way up, and that's where that comes from. If I recall, the board wanted everything to be underground.
But what we gotta replace, what we gotta fill in now is not a 140, but there is a few feet to the north of that too.
Yeah.
So maybe that 140 includes that other 20 or 30 or 40 feet.
Yep. And somebody else will have to explain that, because this is about as far as I can get you. Let me see if I can get someone on the phone to maybe help explain things a little bit more in detail.
I never dreamed it was gonna cost $48,000 to do that.
But I think we've got 2 boxes there that we don't need, but I could be wrong. Have to get it down to 35, which is,
So while you guys are working on whatever you're gonna work on, I will see if I can get somebody who can answer your questions.
Okay.
Would Tom be able to answer him?
Tom? You can?
Uh-huh.
I'm sure he can. I sent him a message to see if he was available. I just don't have a reply yet, but
evidently, he's
Well, that totals
he's
out.
looked at that, he may not have realized that they're charging us for 5 inlets, because I had understood it was 3.
I don't think he's seen this, cause this.
He hasn't seen that.
Okay.
The
He's seen
design
that.
came out last week. This just came out this morning, so.
Yeah, to me, the 5's not accurate.
Yeah.
Well, it's, their total's not accurate, because they didn't account, in the total, they didn't account for the $4,000 credit. It's only 44,000 and some change. Did I figure in the 550?
46.
Oh, it should be right. Yeah. Yeah, they did, I think.
Yeah, I figured it would drop to
52 months, 48.
Yeah, I think the numbers. Yeah, sorry, 52,760.
Yeah, right, 52, 7, and then minus will be,
3, so shouldn't. Didn't punch in on the numbers. Do we want to get Tom on the phone?
he's been working pretty closely with all this. I mean, he's got, I feel like he's got a good feel for what, the only thing is he hasn't seen this one yet.
Right.
But to his understanding, I mean, where he's worked closely with this, it would be great. I don't think it'd be a bad idea to have him on the phone.
Okay, I will call him.
I'm sure Tom would like to visit with us.
Yeah.
This is the road change.
See, they're charging us for 5 inlets.
Hey, Tom, Jesse, in the commission chambers. Did you review the map of the change for the ditch to go to piping and the inlets that were needed? Well, we got the change order bill this morning, and they're 140, I guess 140 foot of 30 HDPE piping, I'm guessing. And then they're charging for 5 round boxes.
Yes.
So we added 5 to the project, or I thought we was only adding 3.
Well, it looks like the engineer wanted 5, because they're, east side of Hudson Street, north and south side of Hudson Street on 6, they've got a ditch that comes from the west.
Uh-huh.
So he's put an area inlet on each side of Hudson, and then, let me go get my drawing. And I've got that 3 more to the creek, I believe, what was, there's a total of 5, right?
A total of 5 on this change order.
Yes.
And there was already 2 or 3 already on it, correct?
Correct, there's 2, curved
So that's a total of seven inlets. 8 total, sorry. Having a problem.
If I remember right, they're on the east side of Deosho Street, along the west side of Sixth. The corner of the courthouse would be the northeast corner of the courthouse, in the street. There's a curb in that goes in there, and there's one across the street, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And they're right down at.
So there was a total of 8 to start with.
Total of 8 now.
Right, and we already had 3, so that's where the 5 come in at.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess that's what the engineer come up with.
Right,
Okay.
right. Well, we're just, we're sitting here looking at the change order bill of $48,712.20.
Really?
Charging, $6,100 per inlet.
Yeah, I was guessing 5,000, but.
Yeah.
I see.
And then your 15,000 in pipe.
Okay.
15,680. So I just wanted to see if you had looked at the new drawing or proposed plans of the ditch before we started walking into this again.
Yeah.
Our parking
Well,
lot's
like I say,
getting expensive.
I will take the heat for not looking at that part of the project close enough. But I don't think we, as a county, want to leave a big ditch there.
Right.
Well, we would have had a bunch of these additional charges regardless though, Tom, so I can't see it's a big deal. I just think, I appreciate you catching it, and we made a change to make it a lot better.
Yeah, I will see, we got the drawing late Thursday afternoon, I believe it was, and we got together Friday morning. I spoke to the main guy on site, Kellogg, as well as, I believe it's Jason with, River City.
Ryan.
And then Ryan, okay, yeah. So anyways,
Okay.
we all conversed about it. Ryan, Jefferson with, Kellogg, kind of agreed with the design. Ryan's going with what's recommended, so.
Right.
I don't know what else we can do. It's a larger change over what I was anticipating, dollar amount wise, but.
Right.
Again, I kind of spoke to the city since it started. We don't wish to create a headache or a financial burden on the city of Burlington.
Right.
But it is a project, so.
Or the homeowners beside it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, the drawing going north, there's 5 square water inlets, and there's 9 altogether. Where's the other 4 at? Or 8 altogether. Where's the other 3 at? They're going back west on the Ocean Street. Can you hear me, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay. There's 5 new ones on going north to the creek.
Correct.
But where's the other 3 at? They go back along north of the courthouse, going back west?
There's one on the northeast corner of the courthouse there at
Yep.
Sixth and Deosho, and there'll be one directly north across the street. I call those curb inlets because the curb gutter ties into those. And then there's a round one there at the alley of Sharon Halls, if you will. It comes off the parking lot area, if you will.
See, our map doesn't show that, or I can't see it anyway.
Now, that new drawing you got now probably won't show that right
Doesn't
now.
show Sharon Hall.
Well, that accounts
Or
for
maybe
it
it's
then.
up there in the actual parking lot, I can't remember exactly, I'm going off memory.
Okay, that's fine, Tom.
But I do know there's a round area inlet that's sitting over there, actually in the parking lot, waiting to be installed.
Okay.
And then there's 2 curb inlets, I do know they're all north, or south of Hudson Street, or south of the alley, even I should say, toward the courthouse, so.
Okay. They don't have 2 or 3, they don't have some of those inlets, highlighted on this map, so.
Yeah.
So we just gotta assume that everything's accurate.
this represents that, is what it does, the 5.
Anybody have anything else for Tom? No.
So before,
Just a second, Tom.
hey Tom.
Wade wants all right.
This is Wade. Ryan's in the meeting as well, and I think he can maybe give sort of an update from his viewpoint, but he did mention to me there's another new issue that surfaced, and you probably want to know about that as well, since you're on the phone. Okay. Because it's going to impact things moving forward, right?
Right. So, Tom, on the south side of Neosho Street, where we got to put the new drop inlet in there.
Yes.
So we got to lower that water main. So I've been in contact, and it was shown on the drawings. We had to coordinate it with the city of Burlington. Danny's been out here. He's looked at it. He said that's something that he's not going to be able to tackle. He doesn't have the manpower. He just doesn't have the time, or the personnel that can do it. So what I'm wanting to know, we had a quote. We had Cody with Matador Construction come out and give us a quote. So I don't know if the city can't do it. I guess, I haven't really discussed it with Warren yet. I would discuss it a little bit. How do we handle that if the city cannot provide us with moving utilities?
Is it just this one that can assist with?
Yes.
Just this one?
Yeah, and I think well, there's a fire hydrant on the north side, over on the other corner of North 6th and Neosho.
Right.
Danny is saying we can just eliminate that hydrant because we have, I think he said 5 hydrants just around this area. So he was gonna just say take it out and we can just cap that line and not have to worry about that over there. So the big one is on the south side of Neosho and South 6th Street there.
Yeah, which we spoke about that briefly Friday, if I remember right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How low they gotta go?
We need to be, we probably gotta drop it. We're at 42 inches, we gotta be at 6 foot, plus they probably want a foot of cover, so we gotta drop it every bit of 2.5 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And we've kinda looked at rotating that drop inlet, and it's not gonna be feasible. We're still gonna catch that water line.
So the flow line elevation, if you will, of that box has to be at that elevation for everything to work properly, is that?
Yes.
Correct, okay.
Yeah, because we got the new storm line coming on the north side of the courthouse and on the east side. And to make all that flow work, we have to be at that flow line at that inlet box.
If you drop that box 30 inches, does that affect any flow line to the north?
No, that's all figured in.
It's all in, even though you gotta drop it 30 inches.
No, the original, just the water line we have to drop. We don't have to mess anything with the flow line. The flow line's all good, yeah.
It's just the water line.
It's just the existing water line.
Okay.
And they're out there potholing for the sanitary. They think the sanitary's every bit of 7.5, 8 foot deep. That's not gonna be an issue. We should just be able to dig over top of that and carry on down the street, so, or north toward the creek.
Well, so we're just between a rock and a hard place with this whole parking deal, given the location where the jail had to be put. I don't know what else to do other than just, we gotta move forward.
Yeah.
You said Matador, I guess I'm not familiar with them, but not
It's 2 kilo uses for all their water.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He come in and did the upsizing of the sanitary north of the courthouse there.
Okay.
Have they looked at it yet?
Yeah, he looked at it and gave us a quote.
How much
What
is
was that
that,
one?
roughly?
Well, I had to talk with Danny because there was an $11,000 difference if we could use these other fittings. So you're looking at right around $26,000
With the cheaper fittings.
with the cheaper fitting. We're at 30.
For the inlet piping.
What's that?
Another 20-some on top of the 40-some kilo needs for the piping?
Yep.
The inlets?
Yep.
Doggone it.
So
I
that's,
don't know what to say, guys, other than it is what it is. I mean, it's just for everything to work and,
you know, and I, like I said, I'm kind of just in the middle of it all, but, you know, we were under the understanding when we did the pre-con, that the city was all on board, that they could move anything they needed to move utility-wise, and now we get here and now we're getting some pushback that they can't do it, they don't have manpower, they don't have the ability, so what do we, you know, how do we
Maybe
go?
they've got monetary.
I was gonna say, what about the monetary side? No, right,
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not your ballpark.
right, so,
It's between us and the city.
yeah.
right, so that's why I'm just bringing it up, you know, just,
It sounds like it's gonna be done.
Yeah, it's gotta be done.
It's gotta be done.
We're gonna have $1 million parking lot before we even get started with the $30 million jail.
well, in order to not hold Kellogg up and we need to proceed ahead, I mean, we just kinda
Yeah.
gotta do what we gotta do.
that's kind of where we're at,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I don't wanna hold Kellogg up anymore, I mean,
No.
which, I mean, when you hold Kellogg up, it holds up the jail, so.
It does.
Yes, kind of losing you, Tom.
I think he left.
He's going.
He ain't gone yet, he failed yet.
Hello?
Yep.
There you now.
Okay. I'll quit walking on the beach here.
That sounds rough.
When's the next
I
Burlington?
don't know what else to say, guys, other than we can't hold Kellogg up, it holds up
No.
the jail, it holds up everything, so we kinda gotta do what we gotta do right now.
Yeah.
Next Burlington City Council meeting is 21st.
Next week, next Wednesday, city council, I don't know, I don't wanna wait to go to city council, we either need to do it or not, but I mean, we can't not do it, so.
Right.
Oh, I think we need to proceed.
Yeah.
See what we can do.
Ryan, can you explain from your perspective, and I know you mentioned that Killo's the one who put the quote together, but
Yes, sir.
where things match up in these plans to make it make maybe a little more sense?
I mean, what do you reckon?
So, Don, you had an issue with which part of that?
Well, I thought there was too many 5-foot round boxes, but it sounds like.
Tom
you know,
pretty well got that explained.
It sounded like there was 8, and 3 of them, you know, it's gonna take 5 new ones to accomplish what we need to accomplish.
3 previously, and now it's gonna take 5 more.
Yeah.
Right, so these are just area inlets where it was just gonna be riprap,
Yeah.
you know, so
Yep.
we gotta take care of the grading plan and the watershed to get into the pipe, where
Yeah,
originally it was
pipe.
gonna be a ditch that we were gonna catch the watershed, now we're sloping everything to an inlet.
Sure.
You know, the riprap there is $2,000 credit for what we're not gonna be using. I'm surprised that isn't $4,000 or $5,000 for the riprap there for that much property to riprap and everything.
I haven't talked to Brian about this. I do have a question on the 30-inch end sections. So if you look on the original plans, the flared ends, we're gonna take out 8 of them, and
I thought we just taken out the two that's already in place.
well, the flared ends, so we're not gonna use them all. You know,
So you're
so
not
if
gonna
you,
use 8?
no, I can show you on the original drawings what was there on the flared ends, but why there's only 2 getting credited back, I'm unaware of that. And I haven't talked to Brian yet about it, so.
Well, I talked to Justin about that last week, I think it was, and he said if they've been in the soil and been
They can't credit.
installed, if you will, they can't return them.
Right.
But we can, I guess, you know, we just kinda gotta pay for them, they're ours now, we can just give them road and bridge, and if they can use them somewhere, great.
Right.
So maybe that is why there's only 2, you know, and
Okay.
Yeah, he has one, yeah, he only had 2 or 3 that he had not installed as of yet, but he can't return them, basically, they've been used.
right. So we're gonna utilize 2 of those going on the north and the south side of Hudson Street.
Yeah, we understood that
Yes.
we could use 2, but we send the rest of them back, but now we can't.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
you know, I didn't know if Brian would credit anything, if he would use them somewhere else, but like you said, if they're installed and they're installed, it is what it is.
Right, but I mean, if they pull them off and then, like I say, we can have I'm not speaking for Ryan Durst, but I mean, I assume we can send a truck down, just have them picked up. Brian will, I assume, can probably find a place
situation, so.
Yeah.
I just keep in mind, this is all because we couldn't build the jail down there at the industrial park. That's what keeps going right through my head every time we see something like this.
I'd say it's probably handier where it's at though with the.
It probably
with
is.
the court and everything.
Would you say the
there.
estimated
But
cost
I
on
know
that
what
was
you're saying.
26?
It would be right around 25, I guess. You're at 36. If we, Danny approved these other fittings, so you're at 11,000, so you're at 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that,
Two of them together, 70.
that will need to come through, and then probably don't wanna act on this quote until you get both of them together, so you can consider them both at the same time.
Can they go ahead and order the stuff that they need to order before it's approved? They probably won't.
Well, I
On
was
those
thinking,
boxes, I think, I think Brian already told him to kind of proceed with it because we're 2 weeks out.
I
So
thought
we're-
they, I thought they were already ordered.
Yeah, he got
Yeah.
quotes on them and I think he already put them in production,
So that's what I understood.
So, no, I can't answer that.
Sure.
I'd have to, check with Brian, but that was my understanding. He was just, like I said, we're 2 weeks out,
Right.
we're already 2 weeks, pushed back farther than we wanna be anyway, so we gotta kinda get the ball rolling and get them in.
Right.
I was only saying so this additional water main quote can be included, and then take it up this afternoon when everything is together, unless you wanna do two different change orders.
No, I just soon do one. 'Cause
I can get this turned around, I can send this back to Cody, have him credit this for the new fittings, give you a new quote, and get this to you guys.
I don't wanna mess up next Monday with having to do it. Cause there'll probably be another one.
Don't say that.
You'd think they've discovered everything they need to discover.
We're getting, this corner, we knew coming across in the OSHA was gonna be
A lot
an
of
issue.
stuff out there.
There's a lot of variables.
Everything's underground.
You think that this ought to be the last one, but,
Well,
you never know.
We know the gas line down there in the alley is taken care of, they just capped it, and we're just gonna tear it out. It's fed from both sides, that's not an issue. So there shouldn't be.
There's quite a few lines here in front of the courthouse that hopefully that won't run into any
It
issues.
should be deep enough.
And the fire hydrant isn't needed, is that what you said?
That's what Danny told me. He's like, I'm gonna tell you guys to take it out, cap it on the south side of the Neosho here. And he said, I'll take, the flack from the city if they say we need another one. He did say, he's gotta supply water to the new jail. He said they can always tee it in over there, at the entrance where it comes in.
Yeah. 'cause
If they want it.
If they want it.
So he said there's 5 around, the area. He goes, I don't see the reason to have that one there, and of course the church is gone too, so, there's nothing really over there to.
Sure.
Lumberyard.
I think there's one down,
Is there
further
one
down
on
the
one
street.
side of the lumberyard?
Yeah.
On the west.
Yeah, he said there's one down the street, I haven't seen it, but yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Then you got one right here on the corner, just across
Okay.
South 6, so.
Okay.
Well, give us the numbers, get them back to us. We'll still be here this afternoon. I guess. We don't have an option.
Yep.
Maybe the city will help with the money for the water main, or whatever you said.
Yeah, just lower
The
it.
$25,000 one.
Right,
Yeah.
so, that's all I got.
Thanks for coming in.
Hey, no problem.
All right.
You guys need anything else or something? Are you done
Thanks,
with
Tom.
Pardon me?
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
Yeah. Like I say, I can't see where there's no way to avoid it. This is what it is, we just gotta go.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, alright, appreciate it, enjoy your vacation.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Tom.
I'll
Alright.
email that up to you, I get it back to Cody. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
It just infuriates me every time. This is a very expensive parking lot. By the time you factor in purchasing the property, then doing it, now we got change order.
everything around the city don't surprise me at all. No particular like the north one, the ditch deal.
I don't like it at
That
all.
should have never happened.
Should've never happened. Should've been in it to begin with.
Yeah, that should have never, ever, I can't believe an engineer would have made that design. If his house was there, it would, the ditch wouldn't have been there.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Gonna get fixed right now, so
Yeah.
that's all we can do.
Well, we don't have anything scheduled till 1 o'clock. Break for lunch?
Yep.
Resume at 1?
Very good.
We'll recess till 1 o'clock. All right, we're back, 1 o'clock. See if Mr. Tim Johnson shows up. He's got a short 15 minutes, and I know he talks a lot.
You don't need a microphone to hear him.
Nope.
Does he know y'all talk about him like this?
Yes, yes, he does.
Not even watched on YouTube.
Yeah, he'll watch on YouTube.
I just texted him.
Oh, you did?
He's going to end up introducing me. Do you want me to just jump in and make him fill in later?
That's fine. I know who you are. Come on up, Angel.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I am here is because when Tim discovered this, he called me and said, you have to write this resolution. And it took him a few days to talk me into it because I am already working on land issues, so there was a lot of time and a lot of research that went into this. And the first thing I did was call, after I read the actual rules and the regulations, I am a literal thinker, so I started calling everybody I know in waste management. I have a few friends that do waste management for municipalities here in Kansas, and I have a few friends in KDHE. The most alarming aspects of this rule, to me, is the expanded definition of forever chemicals. That's the first thing that stuck out to me. Forever chemicals, when I talk to the wastewater guys, or if I jump on the internet, they give you this poly and the word that's about this long that I cannot pronounce, fluorocarbon something. And the way they describe it is your high blood pressure medicine, your other medications, shampoos and conditioners that never go away, okay? What they're describing it in these rules are nutrients, phosphorus, nitrogen, bacteria, they list E. coli, normal things that you would find in wastewater, they're calling forever chemicals. So now I think, okay, this is how CO2 became a bad, poisonous term, is through this type of expansion. So that's the first alarm. So the implication of these rules can roll over onto other federal departments to be used under that expansion in order to regulate other areas that might have these nutrients in them. That's the first thing that jumped out at me. The second thing that jumped out at me is that they're going to use what's called environmental justice in determining how these rules are going to be applied. So within their own words, they say that it's going to be administered depending on who will benefit the most from the rules and what areas that these rules should be administered in. That's pretty scary. So it's not going to be, the whole wastewater into streams is supposed to be based on the ecological impacts. So now it's going to be who benefits rules. So when I called my friends in wastewater, I said, what does that mean? And they said it means that some people won't have the rules applied to them, but some people will, based on whatever reason. So if that is allowed to also trickle over into other federal departments, we're in big trouble. I think it already is in some ways.
Yeah.
This came through, in all the research that I did on this was done and administered, had open comments, closed, had this last comments, or last updates in May, and is scheduled to go into effect in 2024. nobody that I have talked to at all knows that these rules are here. The EPA themselves said that they were inspired by a lawsuit, an environmental lawsuit brought on by some animal rights activists that pointed out that they haven't updated their rules on meatpacking plants since 2004. So now would be the time. So I wrote this resolution the best that I could with all of the information. My only questionable information on there is on the fines and on the jail term. I cannot find anywhere in USDA regulations or in the law or statute that says what the actual penalty is for not following the EPA regulations. So what I am told by everybody that I talk to is when the EPA comes down and gives training, updates, and things to municipalities, this is what they're told. That they, the supervisor, can be held responsible for up to $1,500 a day or jail time without any specific. So I just took their consensus and put it in there.
Yeah. Sorry. I'll start out how I found this. It was on social media. I spent 3 or 4 minutes looking at it, and it hit home due to the fact that I do that as far as providing meat to the local people. So that got my attention. Well, it was a blurb, about 2 or 3 minutes, so I started checking into it. And the deeper I looked, I Googled it, searched it, and it, from the EPA website even, it showed up. I don't know what Angel touched on as far as the date. They had a public comment, opened a public comment until May the 15th. Well, by the time I found it, it was closed. So I got on the phone. I called a state senator from eastern Kansas that was coming over to Coffee County due to redistricting. So I called the senator and Tyson and handed it over, basically had her also check, because I like many people checking out the sources and stuff, and did that on Thursday. Saturday at noon, my phone rings, and give you a little insight on the Senator Tyson. She grew up in a meat processor in western Kansas. Her family ran one. And she goes, Tim, this is something that we really need to get on and hopefully slow it down a lot or put a stop to it. So after that, our meeting, it was brought up to my attention we ought to do a resolution. So that's where I started on. I got a hold of Angel, because with the 30 by 30, and those resolutions went well, written well, so I got a hold of her. Also got on the phone to several more state senators and representatives, and they had a lot of concerns with it. Also been on the phone with commissioners from Osage, Franklin, Lynn, Miami, Anderson, Woodson, and Lyon. And they all would like to see the resolution just as soon as we get it passed, if you guys choose to. I have a lot of concerns with what the EPA is doing to the small processors.
So how's the resolution going to stop the EPA, Tim? I'm just curious.
Hopefully,
What is this?
what we do is able to do with this is bring it up. We have the Jerry Moran's office, we have Jake LaTurner's office. It brings it to their attention. It also shows that the citizens care.
It's not to their attention already?
No, I tell you what, out of all the calls, Steve, I made, I got told 0 times they knew about it. And that was even from our own Secretary of Ag.
I can probably answer that too a little bit, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So we asked you all to pass a resolution against 30 by 30 and against the Freedom's Frontier National Heritage Area, and what that did provide us with is it got the state legislators' attention, and they held a hearing on December 8th and 9th on 30 by 30 and property rights, and they're still working legislation based off of that. With the Kansas-Nebraska Heritage Areas Partnership, there were 49 counties, 45 passed resolutions. They stopped. They quit their pursuit and they went away. Sorry guys, you caught me on a day my allergies are killing me. So they do help.
I think also when you have so many not aware of the issue, but I invite everybody to get on the EPA's website. It's there right in front of you.
You know, when the EPA or government agency comes up with something like this, who's initiating that? Is it the EPA employees, or is it senators and legislatures that are talking to them that think we need to do this?
Here's my
Which don't make a difference. I mean, need to find some way to slow it down or stop, best stop it.
Correct. A lot of times, I hate to use this word, lobbyists, for different organizations.
They're lobbying for it.
Lobbying for it, and I'm gonna throw out the World Wildlife Fund.
It'd be the four main packers, and
Yeah, it could be too.
Yes, they would be the ones that would benefit the most from this regulation because they could afford to build the on-site facilities. A lot of the big packers, like in western Kansas, already have that, so just minor upgrades there. So they would benefit the most.
When you've got four big packers controlling 80% of all protein in the U.S., that hurts. And you know, when we stepped up as, you know, the local ranchers and everything during COVID, and then they started increasing the processors in the state of Kansas, that took some of that business away from them.
You know, KLA's got a lot of strength, a lot of power.
Yes,
Where
they
they
do.
stand at on this? Are they being...
No comment from the KLA. Now, the Kansas Farm Bureau is whatever we can do to help.
No comment from the KLA?
No,
And why wouldn't that be?
I can't answer that, Steve.
Maybe they didn't even know about it until last week.
Well, when I
I'm just
called up
surprised
there
that
and I
Brian-
spoke with them, and they listened, and then
I'm
they,
just surprised that Moran isn't aware of it. I'm just,
Jerry Moran wasn't. He's waiting on the resolution. He wants it after we get it signed. Jake Laturner's office and Roger Marshall's.
But we need a lot of counties to sign off on it to have any power or any...
Well, I've got 8 so far that's willing to do it.
And it goes into effect in 24?
24.
If nothing's done, it's
If
automatic.
nothing's done, as it stands. Now, I've been seeing on the EPA's website, there's gonna be one more time, they're gonna hold a comments session where you can feel free to, but they have not set the date.
Was it a comment or public meeting?
But,
Is it a comment or public meeting?
yes,
Which comment or public meeting?
it's a public meeting where you can put your comment
So,
in, so.
Mr. Smith, you got anything to add to this?
Well, I hope it's useful. First of all, let me be clear, I'm working for the sheriff's office today, but for this moment, I'm your state representative, okay? Yes, sir. We all are very aware of how important it is that the folks who are making rules that have the full force and effect of law, including imprisonment and fines, that those people be able to be held accountable for what they come up with. You know, when we're up there passing legislation, we know that there's a possibility of unintended consequences. We have hearings because we want to make sure that somebody on both sides of this issue comes and gives us the idea of how it will impact them. We see bureaus, agencies, and bureaucrats make rules and have public comment times where even our senators up there don't know what's occurring, don't even know what the impact of something like this is. There are so many thousands of regulations that take place and have been put in books without anybody's input because somebody up in a bureau thought it was a good idea. You asked a question about whether a resolution has any effect. I can tell you, we have that conversation quite a bit up there in the legislature. We don't pass resolutions very often. I think we had 3 or 4 this year that we passed maybe. But the point of it is to show that there are people who care. There are people who have an opinion about something, and the person on the other end of it isn't saying, well, I haven't heard anybody say anything wrong. I haven't heard anybody argue. If you can get, first of all, the education out there to the folks of what is happening, and that small businesses, which, by the way, are the heart and blood of our state, and that small businesses are going to be impacted negatively and possibly put out of business, maybe even put out of business with a fine or a bill to pay. Well, those who have the money to meet these kind of regulations come in and suck up the vacuum of it. I think it's changing our country. And I'll tell you the other thing, and I've added a little bit on there without their permission. But to me, one of the biggest problems that we have in our government is telling people they need to do things and it's going to come out of their pocket, right? Here's something additional. Here's another tax, more or less, that's going to come out of your pocket, and you didn't get to vote on it, nor did you get to vote on me as I make those rules for you. So, just real quick, whereas the increase of regulatory provisions that create destructive financial obligations upon small businesses are clearly unfunded mandates, not from our elected Congress, but by bureaucratic policymakers without the direct and accountable oversight by elected officials. That, to me, is one of the key things in our country. The folks that are going to put those kind of things on us ought to be elected, or at least the individuals that are making the rules ought to be able to put that in front of an elected official and say, give me the okay. And that's not happening. So that's the only thing I would add to what they're saying. I fully support this resolution. I do think that passing a resolution like this does say something and may not have the force and effect of changing anything in and of itself, but it certainly shows that we are noticing and we are paying attention. So that's really all I have to add to it. Thank you, guys.
You know, I've never been involved in the government situation at all, but like when I was at the elevator, you know, we were members of the Kansas Grain Dealer Associations, Kansas Fertilizer Institute, and I'm sure Steve was involved in that, Kansas Chemical Institute, and, you know, I've been asked many times, you know, why do we have lobbyists? But in my opinion, what I've seen there for 35 years, numbers, when numbers show up, or letters show up in droves, yeah, I'll guarantee you, it's got some value. It got a lot of value.
Sure does.
You know, I'd just add one more thing on this. From what I'm reading, the filters on the water being discharged will cost the processor anywhere from $1 million to $2 million. And then the $500,000 a year for maintenance to have those filters cleaned. It'll put them out of business.
Too much money's been taken away from the big 3 or big 4 out there, and you gotta be pushing for this.
Want a monopoly, more of a monopoly than they've already got.
Yeah.
You know, we got a lot of small packers around. You know, just in this area, we got Moran and Yates Center, and of course you got Open. I mean, they're all over.
Yeah.
Mount
Are they aware of this? Are they
I've been on the phone.
I know you've been on the phone, Tim.
We've got one going into Osage County that hasn't even opened their doors yet. It's 1.5 miles north of our county line. I talked to Osage County Commissioner Bailey, and he goes, get me this. He goes, they will be closed before they even get their doors open. So there's a lot of concern out there.
There's a need for more processor, packing plants, whatever you might be, locally. The smaller version, not IBB or JBS Pork or something like that. There's a need for it. You call around and try to get a time for a slaughter beef or a pig or something like that, and you're out. Yeah,
I've got dates for 2024 already. You fill it up a year ahead, and it's never been like that.
Not since COVID.
No.
I mean, before COVID, it wasn't like that.
No. And even during COVID, you know, I'd get calls, Tim, we know you have dates. Would you sell us one? I said, I got those already sold to the public. I can't do that. But this is something that I say, I know is the right thing.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's just more stuff being shoved down the pipeline, and if you're not doing your due diligence and looking in the corners, they're not gonna advertise this
No.
on a TV show or on a news channel, because it's not good for the general.
I spend too much time on my phone and computer. I realize that, but that's how you find stuff like this.
Wade, do you have anything to add to this?
No, I looked at it, Tim got ahold of me initially when it first surfaced, and, I think what Eric said, what Tim said, what Angela said are all important, and everything starts at the local level. That's why what you do here makes a significant impact, whether it's a resolution or not, because this is in the trenches, and this is where it hits the hardest, so that's all I have.
I see Carl's back there. Carl, you got anything, have you done anything on this, or?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I was just gonna ask Tim to give me a copy of it.
Wait, do you have a updated copy? Without the yellow on it, or no?
Oh, I thought,
I gave him one that does not have the,
Highlight.
the added part highlight.
I'll move through.
So is that all I need to add if I add it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
there should be one that's added that doesn't have the yellow.
Did Eric give you?
I didn't get it.
All right. He's got one with no yellow.
Yeah, I'll just add it real quick.
What else? We close it, what was it?
It only hurts.
You bet it does.
Is Kansas Farm Bureau, they're in support of this resolution?
Yes.
And are they gonna follow up with it?
They're following up with the senators and the
Okay.
federal senators.
KLA hasn't done anything yet,
No.
to the best of your knowledge?
No. And I have not heard back from the Secretary of Agriculture.
Maybe Farm Bureau helps spread the word on it, stuff too.
Do what, Wade?
Maybe Farm Bureau would help to spread the word of their contacts.
I'm gonna provide them with a copy of the resolution.
Is there, I don't know how long this resolution's been printed, today or yesterday. Anything else needs to be added to it over and above what Eric suggested?
I'm comfortable with that one, after we added the unfunded mandates. Is there anything that you can think of?
Well, if you could put a little spot in there for me to move to Coffee County, that'd be great.
You can come here anytime you want. We got a house coming up for sale, just for you.
Small house.
Yeah, small. Just like a two-bedroom.
Yeah. A little more expensive than that, though.
Are you a meat packer?
No, well, we have send a lot of people around. My grandson started a meat business, and we have several butchers down there, and then he sells them around, sells beef.
Have you talked to Seth Bowling down there, Arden?
A little bit. I mean, I haven't seen him here lately.
I haven't seen him for 6-8 months, but I know, hopefully he's
I have.
Hopefully he's aware of it.
I talked to Mike Bowen.
Mikey's dad?
Yes. And he goes, call my county commissioner, and he gave me that telephone number. I talked to David Lee.
So you talked to the Allen County Commissioner?
Yes.
I know, that operation down there, they do a lot of processing down there.
Yes.
We have, we're in a, group of, I don't know, that most of them are, chairmen, of one group or another, and they're in a signal group. And through there, Tim informed them of this. So they went out in western Kansas, so the word is starting to spread out in western Kansas, which is kind of where Kansas Livestock Association stronghold is. So once they get informed and aware, I think the rest of the associations will become aware.
Well, yeah, we need to get it spread quick, because here we are, it's in June. This starts, is it just January 1 of 2024?
Well, they haven't given a specific date. They're putting beginning in
24.
In 24.
The highlight part is in there. This is the paragraph added.
Okay.
I could kind of see it when you had it up. Thank you. You know, is this, you know, you got Fanistool Meats there for you that just spent, and I don't want to say nothing out of line, and I don't know those people, other than I see it on the smartphone occasionally, spent big bucks and opened up their brand new store west side of Emporia. And they're probably small enough this to even affect them.
Yes, it would be.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get
Wonder
them.
where, well, we probably know where their stance is, but has there been any contact?
I reached out to him twice. Dan has been ill and hasn't been able to call me back. But I did advise their secretary about it.
Mr. Chairman, you need to proceed ahead with a motion to accept the resolution 906.
I'm ready for a motion.
I'm ready to move.
You ready to move?
Second that.
Been moved by Meeks and seconded by Thompson to adopt resolution number 906, a resolution imposing EPA flood limitation rules. I think it's been discussed, it'll be on the books. If anybody should want to review the resolution 906, they can get it from the county clerk. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Wait, did you second that?
Yes.
Yes.
We've got to stop the overreach.
Exactly, provide what we can.
Okay.
Put the rulemaking back.
You can keep that one. I'll get a copy. Okay.
Send me the copy.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Once again, there's people out there making rules that shouldn't be making rules.
Too often.
Now, we see it in the trucking world, EPA's making rules for these trucks, and
All
it's
over.
not coming down from where it should be coming from.
No. And they have to end up going in front of the Supreme Court, and we all know how long that takes.
Thank you.
Thank you
Once
very
again,
much.
it's just a sign of double standard.
Yeah, right.
Because it may be opposed, it may not. It just depends on how they feel when they go and do the inspection or whatever.
And who will benefit the most by
Right,
this rule
right.
under the
Yeah. Once again,
environmental
double
justice?
standard.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you. So anybody that
thank you
does,
for your work, for
Thank you for all your efforts.
keeping everybody informed of bad things.
You know, this might not be a fair question, Mr. Chairman. There's four of us here today. Tom is away for a few days. Does that throw any negative impact on that resolution going in when it's not signed by one commissioner?
when we did resolutions on the land grab, it did not. There was, individuals who were also members of local planning or fundraising commissions who simply abstained for conflict of interest. And that had no effect on the resolutions at all?
The only other thing you can do is take a copy of the minutes showing
Get a copy of the minutes
that,
showing
that
4-0.
the commissioner was
Was
absent.
Yeah, that'd be
You know,
good.
it'd be
Good
better
idea,
than
Don.
having a zero, you know.
That's a good idea, Don, so.
You wanna give me that too?
Sure.
Alright,
It'd be nice to just have that.
I'll have that
The
with
attendees there.
Can you write absent on the resolution? Is that allowed? I guess that would be a lawyer question.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it hurts.
In fact, Tom said that he could be reachable by phone. Could he do it via the phone?
What's kinda after the fact. It's done fast.
Alright.
So I would think it'd be better just to have a copy of the minutes showing his absence, wasn't even present. That way, it was a 4-0 vote out of the five seats, so. One absent, so. I don't think you'll have any impact, negative impact.
I don't either. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. And I'll make sure it gets out.
Keep up the good work.
You're the one that needs to be thanked.
Yeah, thank you.
And you're
Angie,
very.
can you email me
I will.
those? Thank you.
The minutes won't be approved till next week,
That'll work.
but I can get you the resolution.
Tonight,
Next Monday night.
next Monday.
So I'll be calling you this.
Are you gonna have it in the paper?
Thank you.
You want me to make a copy of this now for you?
If you would, it would help me. I could go ahead and send it out to the county.
Angel, you keeping everything lined out in Lyon County up there for us?
I've given up. I just wanna move here.
Don't give up, we won one time when I was there. At least I thought it was a win.
It's a funny time we live in nowadays.
We do have some state legislation pending on, metropolitan areas, which is for the whole situation that got me involved with the banning of barbed wire fences over there. So that'll make a tremendous impact. State legislature is looking at other things on national heritage areas and national trails. So there's progress, it's just taking a while.
How's the resolutions to, go against the big trail,
Oh, I'm
Western
so
Kansas?
glad you asked. We only have one from Russell County. The reason that resolution is important is because the trails came up, it's been introduced since 2019, and it came up, it got defeated, and it came up again in 2020 and 21, and when we started informing people of that national heritage area trying to go in, there was enough pushback to kill it. Well, don't you know, it got reintroduced, they found another congressman who reintroduced it again this session. So we would like resolutions against that, so that it sticks with the legislation every single time it comes up and gets introduced, and they find a congressman willing to put it in the Natural Resource Committee, that is with it. That way they know. So, if you would like to pass a resolution against trails, I sure would be more than happy to present with you all that information.
Not that one going through Western Kansas, or the two?
So there's two, there's the Chisholm Trail that comes up through Wichita, and then kinda over to Abilene and then in Nebraska, and then you have the Western Trail that goes up in through Western Kansas. So the biggest difference between trails and national heritage areas, the minute the trails go in, they automatically become National Park Service units, whereas national heritage areas don't. They come with the land management plans, and they have a boundary, but they're not technically a National Park Service unit, whereas the trails are. And so the land that gets affected is what they call viewshed. Anywhere where you stand on that trail for as far as the eye can see, that viewshed then falls underneath the National Park Service. And not one person along that trail knows that they have this trail going through.
You can see a long ways in the Flint Hills.
Yes, you can.
You can watch your dog run away for 2 days out there.
Yes, you can.
He gets outside of them hills.
I mean, Dan's gonna take you to
He wore out by then.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So I would absolutely love to have you all pass a resolution against the trails as well.
Well, we need to support our bordering counties, we need to support our counties in the state of Kansas to fight against this type of hideous stuff.
Tomorrow I will be in Butler County all the way up through mid-July. My schedule is booked on informing commissioners about the trails. So far, we only have one county, which is Russell County, up in central Kansas, that has passed a resolution against it.
Well, if you need help, let us know.
Oh, I absolutely need help. I will email Angie the resolution.
I agree.
Okay,
We'll help as much as we can.
thank you.
Angela,
Thank you.
you might take my card, 'cause my email's different.
Okay. All right,
Thanks
thank
for
you
your,
guys.
thanks for your
Thank you.
efforts.
Sure.
Mr. Bobby Skipper, you're up, sir.
Yes, sir.
I would say good morning, but once again, it's afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As discussed, I think this will be a better time to try to catch your guys' ear where we're not pressured with appointments before us and behind us. But, and as always, just tell me to hush if you've heard enough and I'll move on. But, starting today's conversation about economic development items for your consideration and deliberation, I want to touch on where we're at with the budgeting process with SSM, that Kentucky company at the airport. We'll start with talking about the water, which was the biggest unknown, was driving a lot of the costs on infrastructure. And Carl, you recently met with
Last Friday, Saban Rick and I met with City of Burlington, Danny Hawkins, and then we met with Chris Withers from Coffee 3, and then with the City of Strawn, just to talk to them about how the water main, how they're hooked together, and how they Burlington serves them. And what it was is, at least in my correspondence with representative for SSM, is they're going to need about 1,400 gallons of water a day, which won't labor the rural water district too much. And the thing we was also checking on was seeing how the city in Burlington was linked with Strawn and Coffee, to where if there's interlinkage, if there's troubles for some reason, we would always still have water to that area. Or if we needed to develop further infrastructure for interlinkage, we possibly could. It was a good meeting we had, and there shouldn't be any problem. We should be good to go as far as the development out there for. So as far as water from, because that Burlington serves that, Coffee 3 who serves that area.
So 1,400 gallons a day is the max that they would need, Carl?
At this time.
I mean, at this time.
Yeah, they're also looking at, one of the things we're finding as we continue to go down the road is they keep looking at ways to recycle and reuse their water. And the technology now, it's anywhere from pretty reliable, you can recycle 60%. And there's current modern day technology that's got it up to 90, a little bit above 90%.
Wow.
Okay.
So, I mean, but the newest technology was the most expensive.
Of course.
So there is technology that's advancing with this all the time for water saving, and a lot of the companies that I would expect us to be watching would be the ones out of the Southwest or down in Texas, where there's greater demands for water due just from the population and what they're doing. So, and the industries now, including SSM and the Kentucky group for KSMC, are looking at those technologies as we speak. And like I think I said last week, our numbers are even going to come down a little bit further for KSMC because of water use, recycling usage. And we're currently working with them right now on up at the SSM, which is the airport, on their wastewater system. I got a dialogue going with KDHE on that until we have the full community development up there, so to speak.
How many employees was gonna be up there?
About 35 to 50.
That's really not a lot of wastewater.
No.
You know, that's a lot of wastewater, I guess, but.
What we'll get into is terminology and how KDHE looks at it compared to what my code can do.
Mhm.
The code doesn't touch situations such as that, so I've been opened up the dialogue with KDHE to see how we can use work with the industry in the short haul until we develop a community wastewater system up there. And so I got that dialogue. I was working on that memo and going through all my stuff to respond to KDHE's questions.
As mentioned off and on here several months ago, residencies on the west side of 75 had low pressure. What kind of pressure they got on the airport side, and, can seal.
I can't answer that question. That'd be a Chris Withers.
1,400 gallons, not much, but if that
Right.
takes away and decreases pressure, then
What it is the questions we pose to them is so if they're interlocked, if we need to increase volume for that area, or their pump size, increase the volume, to increase the pressure, then we can make that part of our engineering study we got currently going between Burlington and Coffee 3 all the way up to Public Wholesale 12. Those will be questions that we'll be answering sometime down the road, because one of the things we know as we develop VEDA that we need to be making sure that the water mains have adequate pressure not only to serve the industry, but more importantly our residents. And so that's occurring now. Cook, Slut, Strobel, Saban, and Rick are heading that up and working with their engineers. I believe it's PEC Engineering that they're working with both Coffee 3 and Burlington in order to make sure that we service the public well too. And that's part of the engineering study.
So at the,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Wade.
So at the airport project, there are options to help that
I want to make sure that we
situation.
say SSM and it's not have anything to do with the battery plant.
Right.
Yeah, we just want to make sure we keep that totally separate.
That's my wish too.
Yeah, right now we look good for that.
Yeah.
We could say that with confidence.
Yeah, that it shouldn't create an issue, but if it did, we have options.
Yes, we do.
To help. Okay.
Yes, because one of the things that's brought up was, do we need more tower space? Do we need more wet wells? Do we need more pumps?
Right.
So we had that question, and Rick and Saban now have that information.
Okay.
We're in good hands with that.
There was a pump station west of Leroy, and I don't know exactly what's in that pump station. It's a small building, 10 by 10, 12 by 12. I'm sure it's pumping water to Leroy. I'm on the tail end of 11-mile line that was put in 18, and I got quite a bit of pressure out there. But that's 11 miles of, I think most of it's 4-inch line. Might be some of it 6. But
We got volume and pressure.
They're pumping water a
then,
long
yeah.
ways.
Yeah, you're lucky. You got volume and pressure then if you got a 4 or a 6.
And I think all of it's coming out of that pump house. But
Right.
What type of a pump situation in there, I have no idea.
We
I
did
think
the pumps.
it's achieving the
Right.
demand that's there.
But the pumps were brought up and towers was brought up, and one of the other questions is how Strawn is connected to Coffee 3, to where if for some reason we needed to interloop, we possibly could. It was a great learning session. Stephen DeWhite represented Strawn. I forgot to mention his name earlier. But it was a great interaction. We met for about an hour and a half.
I was telling Carl this discussion this morning. I told him that it doesn't look like that battery plant's going to respond. So, I mean, we possibly are out of it. I would have expected to hear something back before now. But so assuming it's off the table completely, but it was a good exercise to shock and awe. Hey, water pressure for citizens is, more important than trying to serve an industry right now. And it is true. And as we move forward and grow and years pass, we plan for improving efficiencies with water pressure, water coverage, length of system. All those things are important for the county. And in that area, they're all different areas that we have to look at.
I think we got, like when we talked with Public Wholesale 12, we got 9 different entities involved with Public Wholesale 12.
That's a lot of entities
Yeah.
to bring together and work as one.
Yeah. Right. But they've been really positive to work with on the other side.
Good. Carl and I have also discussed on your conversation about wondering what pressures are in certain areas. We realize we need a study specific for physically locating lines, their diameter, truing those up and mapping them, and also getting pressures, which is what we don't have. If it is true that fire departments can't put a house fire out because there's not adequate pressure, or if it's true that a resident does not have adequate pressure, we need to know that. And but we don't know without honestly spending a bunch of money, which right now is not the time to do that. But if we have time in the coming weeks, I talked with Carl about us writing a grant. There is a grant for this, and we'll try to head down that path to get that grant money coming.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things maybe that, sometimes we don't use all the possibilities of grants that are available. It's really important because the money's there.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Well, thank you, Carl.
Thanks, Carl.
Any other questions?
Thanks for the update, Carl.
You bet.
On that larger, so with that, water issue, knowing that there's not gonna be a big expense to upgrade water, we were able to pin down the cost of an estimate on the road and an estimate on the sewer. Now, the sewer estimate's based on serving more than just SSM, building a small system of some type. Right now it's designed as a sanitation, but that may not work, may have to go to a different system, but something that serves more than just SSM. That estimate came in between 35 and 100 grand.
On the sewer?
Yes, sir.
Just on the sewer,
Yes, sir.
between 35,000 and 35,000.
And 100,000.
And that's
That's
just
pretty
for
wide.
the septic system we were
That's between a-
proposing? Or that was proposed, I didn't see.
A proposed septic and a package system.
Right now, what I'm working with on KDHE is within the Bureau of Water, they have what they call their industrial permitting. And they got what they call processed water, which automatically shifts it over to the industrial side. So then once we know what they're gonna be discharging, then I'll know whether or not we can use a septic system or a holding tank. Because there's also the possibility of, is they would say that they need a holding tank for 30 days. And then a licensed pumper would come in, pump it, and then take it to until we come up with a community system to a municipal
Spot
sewer.
where they could dump it.
Right, but we just can't tokenly put it, since it's a process waste / industrial waste, we just can't put it underground within a septic system. But a septic system has its limitations on clay soils also. So there's some things we need to still investigate as that part also.
Okay.
So why the wide difference between 35 and 100,000? I mean, what differentiates the 35 from the 100,000?
The 35 was part of the septic system, I know. The 100,000, I missed it, I didn't see
Oh,
that in
okay.
there. I apologize
No,
for not seeing
I
that.
was just curious why the wide spread of
If a septic system is not able to work or
Right.
not able to be permitted, the crawl just says they ain't gonna work.
then that's when you would have to go into the
Right.
more.
Yes, sir.
And so we're looking, like I said, I'm working with
Okay.
KDHE as of this moment,
Okay,
so
if one doesn't work, we're going to have to go to.
we'll have to go another route.
Okay.
So would the idea possibly be that you have a holding system, and then they use that until we see how much other development's gonna be there? Would that be the thought process? or-
That would be about on target, yes.
Okay.
Because we're looking,
Because that wouldn't be, I mean, you know, if you're talking 1,400 gallons a day, you'd hold
Whole lot.
couple semi-loads a week is all we have, so that wouldn't be an astronomical expense if they did that for a
and then,
transition time.
you know, then one of the cities within Coffee County could take that water, and what it amounts to is pollution, dilution, they just put it in there and then it mixes with the wastewater stream. Because there's a concentrate in there of some sort from the RO, from the reverse osmosis process, but they'll be using the City of Burlington water, so there shouldn't be a lot of process waste that would get us in trouble.
Okay.
So, but we're answering those questions, working on that as we speak.
Oh, I can only imagine, it's not my department.
Mine neither.
The quote on the estimate on the roadway was 700,000, just a little bit under 700. And it does go beyond, as the commissioners discussed, the SSM, so the idea is that when people drive by, they say, whoa, there's a site I could locate, and somebody else another business would be able to locate.
This would just come off the airport entry and then go to the north side of SSM.
Yes, sir.
They're 8 acres or whatever it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm a little bit surprised, you know, just like on the sewer, 35,000, I'm a little bit surprised with the spread. And I'm surprised the top one would be 100,000.
Yes, sir.
To me, I'm surprised it's not considerably more.
Well,
you know, you got 50 employees coming in there, a one-time deal of 100, of course, I know there'd be upkeep to it too, but,
The SSM, the reason why there's that variance, they understand that the burden is on them to cover as much of the cost as they can. And there's nothing that the commissioners have to do or have said they're gonna do. There might be things you might do, but, we've gently discussed that might only be the roadway. So, right now, unless something changes big time, it's looking like, the cost of the roadway the majority of it might be covered by the company. SSM, and the commission would, now they're getting a grant. They're getting a grant to pay for some of this, so they're willing to cover up as much as they can of the county's cost in that grant. That grant is roughly about $700,000.
And that's for the infrastructure?
Infrastructure, yes.
Because they're getting 12 million up front and then another 2 or so. Okay.
Yes.
So this 100,000 figure though for the sewer, that doesn't represent a permanent treatment facility or nothing. That's just to solve the issue for now.
On the
Right.
site.
Temporary.
Yeah, okay, I just, with Don's question, I wanna make sure everybody understands what we're talking here.
But it's gotta be good enough that it might be 10 years from now that it's still gotta operate.
Right. The thing to think about with the airport is if we can't use just a common wastewater pond type system, lagoon type system because it's close to the airport,
Right.
FFA rules.
Right.
So there's a possibility we may have to look at, whether it's a lift station, taking it back to Strawn, or that we have a mechanical type system out there that we would have to process the wastewater before we discharge it.
Okay.
So that's what you look at on the permanent side of it for later on.
Sure, okay, that makes sense.
The Kentucky guys will be here this week, tomorrow actually. They will be doing a few things. One of them is looking for places to live. They're going to be looking at apartments and houses. They've called around and got a good list together. But there's one more property the county owns. I know you're currently looking to get ready to sell it. But all of a sudden now, there's a possibility they would pay the commission a nice lease payment if the Bailey home was made available. That would serve them well because it's right there on the site. But at the same time, I don't want to open up a can of worms. The commission has already headed one direction. I know what it feels like to put the brakes on and turn around.
They wouldn't be interested in purchasing it?
You're not going to have any problem selling it when these guys get federal awards. They're going to be riding high and they're going to be blowing money left and right. I think you'll get I think they'd buy it at that point, but right now.
What's your thoughts on when we might hear that?
The Fed has to award everything by September 6th.
Okay, so we're not so far off then, at least.
Yes, sir.
When's the last batch of paperwork going in?
The 26th of this month.
The 26th, okay. And that's the final.
That's all of it. We're all in.
Okay.
At that point.
Okay.
Now, I know there was talk about possibility of pulling, because it's new technology, a possibility of pulling it aside and awarding for letter of obligation or something prior to the rest of them.
That's true for EMP.
That's true for EMP.
EMP will get a quick nod. And on that note, this was posted on the White House website Saturday. These are the what the White House considers their projects.
Thank you.
Friday at 11:43.
11:43. Okay. You've seen it. Those are 32 dots on the map of the United States, and those are the locations of what the White House sees as semiconductor projects.
You mentioned the application got in by the 26th of this month.
Yes, sir.
Originally, wasn't that supposed to be in, maybe be in August before that final one had to be? They've brought it more forward than what it was originally?
They've moved the table back and forth to the schedule 2 or 3 times.
I think originally it was a little bit later in the year, but now they've moved it up to the 26th. What's the expected time to get a response on it?
I think it'll be really quick, after June 26th.
Originally, we might have been talking about September.
Yes, sir. They kind of already know what they're gonna.
I'm not trying to pin anybody down,
They know what they're gonna fund and what they're not by now. I'm pretty sure. They've already, all these companies have submitted their pre-applications, which is real close to the full application. And Commerce has had time to look at these and talk with some of the companies, and I expect being realistic, I don't expect 100%. I think some of our companies are not gonna get what they're asking for. I think that those fabs, those big fabrication facilities, which are the focal points of everybody else, I think they're gonna get priority for funding. And in our project, that is the biggest building, the most employees. They by themselves have 1,200 employees.
Bigger than any of them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you would think that would put us in a pretty good position.
There's another reality too. We actually have a project with contracts in hand. There are other companies that have signed on with EMP to buy product, actual computer chips. Well, that's something a lot of companies don't have that we see now. We're not Intel or Micron, but we probably put the most effort as a community, as companies, into this effort, into this CHIP Act.
Well, they know Burlington, Kansas is here. They know Coffee County is here, I guess I should say.
Increasingly.
Yeah, at the big house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Not so much of a flyover state.
Not right now.
That other dot there, which, in Kansas evidently, Wichita area, isn't it?
It is.
That's Integra, I think, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If the commissioners want to, I'm not gonna ask for any deliberation today, but if there is consensus with the commissioners, to have a discussion with the Kentucky guys, they'll be here this week, and their intent is to leave here having a place to live locked down, rented. And they're willing to sign a long-term agreement too.
These 30 to 50 employees in that SSN, how many are they bringing with them?
They'll bring 2 with them.
So they're gonna hire nearly 30 to 50 locally.
Yes, sir. This week, they also want to get with Mark and put some ads in the paper. They're gonna start hiring some of their management and getting them trained up and taking them along through the process.
Probably gonna be sometime they're gonna have to spend down in Kentucky training at a different plant, would be my guess.
Some of
they come up here while the construction's going on up here would be my guess, but I don't know.
Yes, sir. Well, they're gonna set up some lines in Lebo at Dream Homes and start their training there.
I see.
Yeah, I think there's, maybe 3 lines up there?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Things are happening.
Last week I spoke with the commissioners about, gave you a report on the revolving loans. I've got a upcoming loan request from Countertop Trends in Gridley. They started out with a loan from the county commissioners. They built their building and started doing pretty good and hired a bunch of people, then the building caught on fire. The insurance paid the county off, but from what I understand, a couple of the commissioners at that point went and talked them into rebuilding, loaned the money again, and they paid it off. So they've paid off twice already. They just expanded, did about $500,000 worth of expansion. They bought some new machines and realigned the inside of their factory and added some space, but they need about 100 to 150. We're still nailing down that exact cost, but I've already started the paperwork with her, necessary to approach the commission with an actual loan request. And she's on top of it. I mean, we're getting everything I'm asking for, which is normally a problem.
Yep, they're in business.
That's right.
Well, they're well established.
Yes, they know what.
I mean, they know what they're doing.
My opinion, yeah.
How
how many employees do they currently have?
I ought to know that. It's gotta be in the 35, 40 range.
I'll bet you're up in that range.
That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Never been there.
It's neat.
I tell you,
It's worth a visit.
I worked there, this has been 100 years ago.
Maybe 150.
Maybe 150.
Was you still sawing trees by hand?
It didn't last long, I wasn't a cabinet builder, but. No, I'm kidding, I did work there, but that was when the original owner had it.
That's
Life
Harold.
legacy.
Yeah.
It's on Harold,
Yeah.
Harold,
Yeah.
his wife.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're both gone now.
Well, they do a good business, they do a phenomenal job, I've seen, I mean, I bought countertops from them.
Yeah, my whole point was that it was well established, it's been there for a long time.
That's right.
Yeah, it's, yeah. Which, anything can change.
It can.
The way the economy is, the way the labor is.
But they went through some pretty tough times.
Yeah.
I mean, and survived.
Mm-hmm.
Well, back from that era, I mean, there was quite a few of them, for some of those loans that didn't work out. And
That's true.
And they paid their loan off.
That speaks well for that family, Wade.
Yeah, yeah, because that was a tough time for a lot of the projects.
Yes, sir. That's very true. There was a lot of stuff during that time.
Right.
The, last week, I gave you, we talked about the overall tax base of Coffee County. Again, as compared to our neighbors, everybody touching us, we're about 6 times the value, tax-wise, on an income level, on a revenue level, as all our neighbors. 4 of them combined were greater than they are total. But yet, our population, for the next populous county around us, we have twice less population, and our taxes per resident, per homeowner, is half as less. And that's generally true for the rest of the tax categories as well. And that's a result of good decisions by our forefathers, mainly in allowing and doing whatever it took to bring in that nuke plant. What I'm handing you now is a spreadsheet showing the taxes generated by different values of homes and what it brings to the county per year. And this is important for everybody to, not just the commissioners, but the citizens too, to understand the tremendous value. Even though we're almost nothing on a residential tax level, we're the 3rd cheapest in the state, the revenue is still significant per home. And that revenue is part of the pie. And when the commissioners are looking at, in the future, at investment in different projects that involve housing, you'll want to be able to pencil these numbers in and do quick math. What's your return going to be for your investment? So, simply put, every $300,000 home, on average, generates about $1,800 a year. That $1,800, again, for easy math, if you added 100 homes tomorrow and you didn't invest a dime, that's $1.8 million a year of new revenue to the county. Now, if you had to invest $1 million to get that $1.8 million per year, or $2 million, or $3 million, again, this chart gives you that ability to do quick math without having to call the tax assessor. And every time you want to pencil out some numbers.
You mentioned where our mill levy is. Can you put on, I'm sure you could, a spreadsheet with the county surrounding us?
Yes, sir.
And so, and show them exactly where we're at.
Absolutely. I will bring that to you. The,
5 or 6 guys around it.
yes, sir. I'll do that. This coming, well, it started a month and a half ago. The CID sales tax up at Beto started being collected, and it runs quarterly. So maybe when do the county get a check?
This quarter ends in June, so I'm thinking July sometime.
Sometime in July. Well, the significance of that is we'll know what that revenue is. Again, with all the different projects that we're talking about, not from the jail to the chips to other things that may be possibly coming, those new sources of revenue, that was kind of the impetus behind going after that so hard, was knowing that there might be an industrial project at Beto. That was really the full-on impetus behind doing that, even before this chip stuff, was that there was no industrial property in the county that was suitable for modern industry. Modern industry wants to locate on major thoroughfares like the interstate. They want to be close to other things. And Coffee County is just like Woodson and most of the counties south of us. They're far away from everything. And we're lucky to be where we're at. But
we were there one time, we didn't know whether it'd be a monthly payment or quarterly payment, so now we know it's quarterly payment.
Yes, sir.
Which is not, to me, is not an issue, so.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
At least you're gonna be able to tell what's gonna come in quarterly from up there.
Yeah.
And then you're also gonna be able to back figure and realize how much money the county has left on the table for as many years as it's been there.
I didn't even know something like that was even available.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Because when you start looking everywhere that you stop, a lot of those places start looking at that.
Yes, sir.
They've got an additional tax.
I've got a question, and this has to do with services that might be needed, such as more EMS, fire, law. When will when and who will finance, when will we know what's needed out there?
No, you're right.
I guess if it's a concern, it's a concern on more cost. So, I'm not saying it's not going to be needed, but when will that be determined, Bobby? When, if you can...
Right now, 100% of everything planned is on the backs of the companies.
Okay.
Here's where we have to get creative. Right now, it's a huge cost. The cost of infrastructure and all that stuff happening out there would be about $80 million, which is astronomical.
Yes.
The state has said, we're going to help, but they won't commit until they see all the cards. They don't want to throw a number out there.
Sure.
They don't want to blow their nose putting a number out there until we, just like they, see all the cards and know what is getting funded, which companies get funded, and who's not. They, just like we do, feel like a couple of them are shoo-ins, are going to get funded. Other ones, maybe, you don't know. But right now, we've apportioned, because we're putting the cost on the companies through their applications for federal incentives. If some of them don't get funded or don't get what they're asking for, but some level of funding, it puts the burden on others, which is always falls back on the county most of the time. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah. So it's dependent on what goes on out.
Yes, sir.
And I the only reason I'm bringing it up is because it's always, from time to time you hear, well, we're going to need more law, we're going to need more fire, more EMS facilities. And that's fine, but along with that comes a huge cost. And I guess I prefer that they pay for a big portion of that cost rather than county. I mean, and that's the only reason I bring it up. It's just a concern that we keep on hearing what's needed out there, but, and I know it's too early to tell.
You mean as far as the infrastructure to
Well,
build those
yeah,
things?
yeah, or
Steve?
just.
Or operational.
Or operational.
Operational, you know,
Yeah, I mean,
because.
we'd be having, you know, a lot of revenue too.
Huge amount of revenue coming out.
Yeah.
Now, whether they'll come together or not, that's, we don't want the cost to outrun the early revenue. I think that's where Steve's coming from.
Exactly.
We want them to kind of come hand in hand.
It needs to come hand in hand. I just don't wanna be all of a sudden, everything's being built out there and all of a sudden, holy smoke, we
don't have any money.
don't have any money. And nobody's taking that into consideration. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Oh, it does, and that is, it might be good for Greg Varenberg to spend time with, the commission in a work session just like this and just talk through all the plans of finance for all the different moving pieces. Because there's financing for the individual companies, there's financing for their infrastructure that they're responsible for, there's financing that the county will put in place through a PBC. To keep it off of the county, you create a PBC, another entity that will issue debt to build the daycare, the EMS.
And that was another thing. I don't believe the commissioners want to be caught with their pants down. We just need to stay on top of things.
Yes, sir.
And make sure where the funding is going to come from. And I know you're doing the best job that you can. I don't mean that. It's a concern.
Oh, that's why Greg needs to spend an hour or less with you, or more with you guys, and talk through all those things.
Thank you.
The planning, kind of stay ahead of the expenses.
Yes. Yes.
Have a plan before it all.
Before it happens.
Yes, sir.
Greg is one of the expenses.
He is.
Just FYI.
That's the problem. I mean, to get answers, you got to pay people, and sometimes it costs so much, and it just. There's 2 housing developments, 3 actually, possibly moving forward. Waverly, as you know, has, with county encouragement, they got started on what is going to be the Hex Edition Phase 3. And I think they're also kind of just sitting back in the back, waiting a little bit, not moving real fast, which is okay. They going to be a rags to riches story, just like Levo and the school district. If everything happens, they're going to, you could probably feel good about telling them no if they wanted to borrow money, because they're going to be doing okay. But when I'm just joking, They're going to hate that when they hear this video. That would certainly be true for 243. And that's what we're hoping, is that, man, they really turn into something good with all this. But in Lebo, you have Ted Todd Van Alker. Ted. He and his wife bought a piece of land east of Lebo, and they're just talking with me right now on the design and layout. They've already spent money for engineering. They're advanced. They do want to do a housing development there. It may be a situation where they ask for some county assistance, certainly not giving them anything, but possibly a loan. But I will come back to the commission when we know more. And part of the condition is, I showed you what the taxes on per home are. If they come back with a request for assistance from the county for infrastructure, stuff like that, via a loan, they would pay it back through assessments, but any reduction in that or anything different than that, they'd have to have a certain number of homes being built up front, which create tax revenue that the commissioners can bank on. We don't care who owns the house. They can be anybody but us. They're going to be paying taxes. And with taxes, we can pencil out a deal with people. Grimmett is also Is that the name?
Yeah,
Grimmett
Grimmett
Construction.
Construction.
They bought, some acreage and are full blow developing the thing, putting a pond in, and we'll see. Now, they actually build homes themselves, so maybe they'll jump on some homes. I know that they're gonna sell them as fast as they can build them.
What kind of price range are they looking at, Bobby? I mean, the
250,
300,000?
300.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's kind of where they specialize, is the 250, 300 home. There's one more thing, and I'll get out of your hair. There's a few months ago, there was a big federal grant that was offered to the state of Kansas, and nobody took it. Well, they started pushing it on different communities, saying, would you go through this process to take this grant? And during that time, we also had a couple projects where we need rail. We need rail spur, a place to have a rail yard for some of these industrial needs. Right north of our county line in Osage County, BS&F traverses the whole southern part of Osage County, just about a mile north of the county line. I'm tentatively working with the Osage County Economic Development to look at putting a rail yard there. And we just started the discussion. We're still working with it, but if you hear anything about it, that's being worked on.
See, that's transcontinental, and there's two separate rails, there's two separate rails there. Lines there, and so to spur off of a transcontinental line is pretty big for them to do that. I'm not saying they won't do it, but, there's good area up there and all that, and I mean, that's 2 miles, almost 3 miles north of 35 and 75.
Yes.
I'm not saying it isn't something that needs to be checked out and evaluated. If you couldn't load 10 cars a day, because I'll guarantee you those through trains ain't gonna stop.
Right.
It's gonna take a switch, a small switch line. I question whether you'll ever get anything put together.
It's hard to get them to work with.
I don't have all the answers. I dealt with them for 30 years, and back then, they don't even have what they call a local to switch them out. And see, just like the ethanol plant over there, if we want to ship anything for rail, we're going to truck it to Kansas City.
That used to be the case.
It goes on rail.
That used to be the case, but they kicked them off. That was the case until about 6 months ago. They kicked them out of Kansas City.
Oh, they did?
That's right.
Okay. I know we haven't
Now they're
looked
looking
anything
for a
for a
home.
while because the diesel plant hasn't been operating, so we haven't taken anything from Kansas City now for 6-8 months, maybe a year. I can't tell you.
They do 0 bio load, 0 grain load from any of the yard in Kansas City.
That's like their Leroy. We used to load, lots of rail cars on grain and then brought all of our fertilizer in. Don't even have rail service there anymore.
Yeah.
Because the locals have been discontinued.
And they had the siding and everything already there.
And we own the siding.
Yeah.
We own that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
Out of
there
the fee.
rather than trying to get it built.
But we used it, but when they kind of quit using it, it'd take the railroad say, we don't need you.
Yeah.
I know out there in Canton, Kansas, they built a big old, in between Canton and Galvin, they built a big old grain terminal there, and they can load a unit train for 24 hours.
And
That thing's huge.
Oh,
It's remarkable.
It's unreal.
It is unreal.
I bet there's 8 mile of track inside that place.
That thing is,
If you can't load 100 cars of grain, you're not gonna get, or
Yeah.
50 minimum, you ain't gonna get no service.
Yes, sir.
That's just my thought too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, that rail terminal up in Edgerton, it was in operation for 3 years, and it was already at max capacity. So,
That's right.
it's been growing ever since. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're probably trying to move it back down. And there is talk, I know they've ran 3 lines from Wellington clear through Wichita, and I believe they're at Cassidy, almost Strong City, and they're headed towards Emporia, so they're moving west, they're moving east,
Putting another on.
putting in a whole nother track.
Yeah, that's
So-
busy out there.
There's a good possibility that there's gonna be 3 tracks coming through. Well, I'll never get across the railroad tracks.
Never.
Never. Never get across. I have to leave for the mail at noon instead of 2 o'clock. So,
Commissioners, that's all I had.
thanks, Bobby. Well, keep up the good work, the hard work. And hopefully we get some more information on the dots, the red dot in Kansas.
Oh, yeah, that was encouraging.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Carl.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. My concern and my drawback on this is, I guess I'm a pessimist maybe, but 1.9B is what the asking was, and I'm just, I know there's a lot of good that could happen with it, but I'm almost wondering that they're just not getting the applications in and going, okay, these people want this much, these people want this much, these people want this much, and then they'll see where it's all at. So I hope it's not a premature,
Right.
you can't call it celebration, premature numbers.
Sounds like we might have our answer quicker than what they originally projected.
Which is good, So I guess the question on the board, to move forward with Bailey property, what does the commission wish to do? Go through the sell process or lease process?
I
Is
think,
that a fair question to ask at this time, Wade?
Okay.
Okay, because I mean, we've got people that's gonna need answers.
I wouldn't mind seeing us going towards the lease and giving us a chance to see what goes in out there, which should increase that value of the property down the road. I mean, that's just my,
Increase or decrease.
well,
Yeah, well, I've been a little concerned about, individuals buying it, how much that might hurt the value of it, because it's gonna be good chance it's gonna be industrial right next
Mhm.
door. Maybe we would benefit quite a bit if we had someone with a vested interest in the area that,
and see what kind of money.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from, is that that would give us, if it was attractive enough to
We
lease it
kinda
that way.
had a unique situation with the previous owners leasing it to them. I don't know what we would want for lease. If we're gonna lease it, I think it needs to be
Well,
somewhat substantial.
I do too.
I don't think we'd have to worry about it being run down by the Bailey family, because they probably have a lot of pride in it.
they did.
That's not saying a new leaser
Would have the
would have
same
the
pride.
pride in it to maintain the quality that we have there.
Right.
Uh,
That was their dream home, they took care of it.
My thought is probably get it on the market and move as quick as we could at the price we want. But whether that's the right way to go, I don't know. That's a huge value for one property. But there's there's money out there too.
Every month goes by, there's another bill, so. And if somebody's living in it, not taking care of it, there's gonna be more.
That's true. That bothers me to rent it out to an unknown.
I mean, I'm sure they would take care of it, I'm sure a person could make it contract where they'd have to take care of it, or they'd be paying for it.
Yeah, I mean, if they're, for what we're talking here, I mean, they wouldn't mind putting down a big deposit and,
Right.
So we were.
You could put together a lease with an option to purchase with a front-loaded sum. And then at the back end, there are leases with options to purchase, and at the back end, you figure out what your price is, or say at the end of that period of the lease, they get that first option, and whatever a realtor says the value is at that point, then that's what they pay, they get that first option.
Would be okay on that as far as not being open to the public, that it's, you know,
Our new resolution.
I think as long as you get the value for the property that is no less than what it's worth,
yeah.
and it has to be.
That's all I wanna make sure that we're, you know, that if we sell it, that we're selling it an appropriate amount, you know.
The other option is putting together a lease, as Jessica says, where they're responsible for all maintenance and anything that goes with the house. And right now, I've got a invoice for a pool controller that has to be paid. And it'll have to be paid through a special issue. So one of the questions for the Kentucky people is, do they know how to take care of a pool? Do they like pools? And if you had a pool, the best pool to have, in my opinion, is one that a friend owns.
That's the best kind.
It's kinda like owning a boat, it stands to break out another 1,000.
What have we actually got in that property right now?
Well, the the
I don't remember.
assess was what, 1.4?
So somewhere in that neighborhood. So that's where somebody has to come up with a figure, because it was part of the whole when all of that property was purchased. But if I recall a conversation I had with somebody in that arena when all the property was purchased and the county was going out and doing a walkthrough, it was around 1.5 for the house and the building that goes with it. Now, with it being carved out, I mean, something will have to be figured out to go with that lagoon, because the lagoon is carved out of the property.
Right.
So that can be accomplished, but somebody's leasing it for what the value would be. You figure out what that would bring in, and property taxes per year, if you look at Bobby's chart.
His chart doesn't go up high enough.
Well, that you can
add.
I have a hard time with that, I showed that earlier.
Yeah, you take 1.4 million with 5%, well, that's the right percentage, that's $70,000 a year, which is $6,000 a month rent plus insurance. Rent on that property ought to be $7,500, $8,000 a year. Now that's looking at 5%.
A month, you mean, not a year?
Yeah, well, yeah, be $6,000 a month plus insurance. So you're looking at probably, with the insurance on that, I have no idea, we're getting into values I'm not aware of, but you're looking at $7,500 a month to rent that property. And with a 5% return. And we're getting now, what, 2,500?
2,500.
Look at it that respect, or from that angle, yeah.
Pardon?
You look at it from that angle, it needs to generate quite a bit, or.
To me, it'd be better if we market that place, but.
I guess.
Unless we did it, unless they were interested in, lease for a term and then purchase.
A purchase, yeah. Lease with the purchase at the end or something like that would be, that would require them to take care of it. That's my thing. And I'm not saying they're gonna come in and trash it. I'm not saying that at all. But
Vested interest.
yeah, they would have vested interest in it.
It probably wouldn't hurt while they're here to have them at least look at it and then decide if they're interested from there. Wait till Tom comes back and figure out what option works best for.
I'm around all week. If I can visit with Bobby. they need to come in, look at the property and stuff like that, and I'm available. Should be.
The lake isn't part of the property, is it? That's.
Neither the little pond either.
Okay.
What is the acreage that's drawn on?
8.3. I think.
So, is there far enough north of there, I mean, you know, we could get permission for the lagoon to be closer to the boundary, whatever those regs are, but is there room to put a lagoon north of there now on that 8 acres on this, what's carved out?
Yeah, there, you just have to move it up the hill.
It'd be a
little ways.
decent distance from the house.
Yeah.
is what-
Well, no, it's gonna be relatively close to the house. Bobby sent me the map and layout of what would go with the house. But I mean, you gotta be within so many feet away from the adjoining landowner to have a lagoon. Or you
Yeah, or
gotta
have permission, because I did that,
So-
nephews put it right next to my fence,
But, there's a pump station right there south of the lagoon. There's a box. Can you see the box on that map, Wade?
Not from this view.
What page number are you on, Will?
It's, one of the last 4 pages, I think 71, is the map.
I'll just go by map.
yeah.
71, so it.
I think there's a box right there, something there. That would be the south end of the property, the north end of the property.
North end of the property.
So you'd have to have your lagoon between this shed and here somewhere.
That's the existing lagoon.
That's the existing lagoon, yes.
Would you want to include the pond in the ownership?
No, it's not, it's been out. Even that little pond's out of it. The property line comes down here, this mud strip, around,
Yeah.
back up, along here, and boom, right back up to the road. It basically follows
Yeah.
this mowed out spot.
Yeah.
Over, back up.
Is that pond gonna be drained eventually, or will it stay
I
there?
don't have any idea.
There's probably no way to take a line straight across, include the pond, and add value to it for what we're trying.
Well, with the needs of water up there and the questions, yeah, that would make it more enticing, but
That'd be taken out full.
you can build probably 20 acres out of
Then
there.
take out 30, I was gonna say 30. It'd sure make it more enticing for somebody to wanna buy a 1.4 million house.
It would. But to build that house right now, the way it'd be about $2.50 a square foot.
3 million or better.
You'd be 2.5.
Is that a rock quarry?
I think they used some of it for 50 Highway years ago.
Okay.
Pulled dirt out of there or something.
Yeah, that would seem like.
I don't know if Blacktop was in there for a while, and then there's one John Davies, it kinda seemed like they skipped down 50 Highway.
Yeah.
So,
Seemed like they used to pull something out of it.
Yeah, that's what it seemed to me like, I can't remember what it was.
but, I mean, that's
just really a nice lake.
This is something we've got to really get started on, because they're gonna be here and they're gonna be ready to move, and I don't know when the end, was it July 31st? Is that when Bailey's are out?
They wanted to be there until, if I remember it, maybe beginning of August. It may flow into the first 2 weeks of August if possible.
So it's gonna take a while if we gotta draw up a lease agreement, purchase at the end, or
Come up with a
to
plan,
get it
yeah.
listed, you know, I don't know.
Does Tim McCarty with EM Shields, they're gonna have some, you know, a lot of vice presidents probably, and that's just an assumption. Are they aware that that property will be for sale? Do they have anybody that might have it?
I'm sure they are, and I can visit with Tim and
I wonder if we have not laid the groundwork for Tim.
Good.
And
I don't think he wants to move out his missile side though, but.
I don't either. I don't either.
I think he kinda likes that place.
I do
That'd be a
too.
good idea.
We can say he's back off the road.
Yeah. If you zoom into that line there,
Right here.
yeah,
box
there's
right there.
there's a box, there's a white box, right down, right there, up right there.
Right there.
I think that is probably about the proposed line of property.
Well, and if we, you know, if we build the lagoon next to our boundary, that'd be a ways away from the house.
Right. And you can, Bobby's got it on the computer, if you can get a hold of Bobby and have him email you that map. He's got it, he emailed it to me, I just don't have it on my phone, it would come to my office. But it basically comes, the property is the right mode strip, goes north, comes across, it comes back up to the house, around the house to the west side by the pond, and then back up along the little pond. I was even thinking if a person left that little pond to end with it and come straight up,
Yeah,
come around, and at least you'd have a little pond.
right.
No way to put that lagoon directly east of the, directly east of the house, even if you had to use a pump?
There's less property over there for lagoon than there is on the north.
I'm gonna step out.
Because of
You're fine.
other things that we wanna use there.
No, well, let me just get hold of Bobby, see if I can call Bobby.
I mean, I don't suppose this map that's been drawn is set in concrete.
The legal description has already been taken out on the property. It's already been, sectioned out of the property.
Your call has been forwarded.
First, you get your money back out, get it back on the tax rolls is the biggest thing. I'd say $3,500 a month. $3,000 to $3,500 a month rent. Option buy. If a person did a long-term deal, you could even take a portion of your rent, apply it back as a rent-to-own type scenario. I don't wanna do it for 30 years. That's not right.
Yeah. I think, well, my thought would be we'd need to have if they, and say maybe we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot, but if they wanted a short term until they found out what the funding was gonna be, then I don't think we wanna stretch ourselves out very far on a, like to the end of the year or something at the most, would be my thought. Somebody else ought to own it. Would be my thinking.
I suppose. I don't know. I mean, we can obviously do whatever we wish with the property, as far as we could take it from the west boundary line clear to the north half mile, or the east half mile line, right there. You can pull out 20 acres there, or you could take I hate getting rid of the water.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure,
What good is it gonna do?
what good is that gonna do?
I agree.
I mean, if I had the money to buy that house, I'd want the lake.
I agree.
I would too.
I mean, it just, that's really a nice body of water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree with the boundaries to make it more attractive, but to get more out of it.
Can you see if you can reach Bobby down there? See if he's down there and have him come up.
Yep.
Have him email Wade
Okay.
the boundary map for Bailey property, please. Hmm?
Just feel like we should. I think it was also contained in when the zoning change was requested last week or the week before from ag to industrial. I think it was carved out within those maps, but
Was that the reason why it's already done?
that I don't know.
Process of things that needs to be done, I would say. And timing.
While you're pondering that, this is the quote that was sent in by Matador that Ryan was talking about this morning.
The water line.
Yeah.
So it's now $36,000 instead of $25,000?
No, if you look at paragraph under lump sum,
Oh,
So for 25,
so I have it all calculated because you look at that, you look at this, which is the 48 for the other thing that was mentioned this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the breakdown.
grand total of $73,000 change.
Yep, so if you look at 36,143 minus 10,959, that's 25,184 for the water main issue. And then if you add that to the 48, 7, 12, 20, 73, 8, 9, 6, 20. And Ryan Killo, in the email that I received with this information, indicated he'd be available by phone to answer any questions if needed.
So the water fittings though, the type of water fittings, we don't know for sure that the city's gonna accept.
I
Or
thought
is the
from what-
$25,000 plan acceptable?
I thought from what Ryan said this morning.
Okay, I wasn't here for that.
Yeah.
Oh,
they would
yeah,
accept-
correct.
They would accept the fittings that we
Okay,
have.
okay, all right, I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the $10,000 difference.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the
yeah.
$10,000, $11,000
Yeah.
difference.
Well, just like Tom said, we gotta go, we gotta get it
yeah,
done.
we can't stop the process.
No,
And they ain't gonna change if we did, yeah, it'd still be there.
It'd still be
The
there.
wheel.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just upsetting that the city said they'd be available and could do anything that needs to be done. And the first thing that shows up is, oh, we can't do this.
And maybe it's just the help situation, so
And it could
maybe,
be.
so maybe they might be willing to contribute or something.
Maybe they'll contribute half or something, who knows? They probably don't have it in the budget.
I mean, it may also be something that would be worth a phone call to somebody for the city, and they'd say, yeah, we don't have the manpower, that's something we're not prepared to do, but we're willing to help out any way we can, and here's how we can help out.
That may be the case.
my impression from the meeting that I sat in last week with the city is they're wanting to work and cooperate with the county in any way they can. So if they're saying on their end they can't do this, which that may be true, that may not be true. It's worth a shot at reaching out and saying what it is they can't do, but what can you do to help, because this is an additional expense that's unanticipated, and maybe they have something that they can't do, or they are willing to help out with to minimize this. That I don't know. And this is all making infrastructure better, and at least from where it runs off from the courthouse down to the, so the city does get a benefit all across the board, and the county gets a benefit, hopefully, so that, you know, any water that runs off this building, instead of pooling up in different places within the building, if the water runs off the way it should, then it shouldn't pool up and affect this.
Come in the basement.
This corner of the building, that's the hope.
Right.
So are they sending over the information to accept this?
They sent an email with these two things attached to it. I need to get a hold of Warren and see, you know, usually there's the proposed change order number or whatever it is. And I don't know if that's caught up yet. I'll have to see if it has, but I at least wanted you to see those figures.
Do we need to act on that today then?
Well, if they've sent that, yeah, I mean, if not, it's gonna hold it up for a week.
You know, it needs to move on. August the 4th is coming up quickly, which is, July 4th is coming up sooner, but their original thing was August 4th, wasn't it?
You wanna move that to August 4th?
Huh?
Move that to August 4th now.
Just go ahead and do it, yeah. Might add 20 days to that for
I'll see if I can get a hold of, do you wanna move on around the table and then we can circle back, so that,
You should have the email
okay.
from Bobby. Thank you.
It's there. I had to go look everywhere.
Oh, was he hiding?
He was in a meeting.
Oh, he's in a meeting?
West
Oh,
Haven.
Oh, okay. So it's it's north of that first building. It's in between the first building and the second building.
Yeah. It's pretty close.
That's very, very close to the house.
Trying to figure the acres out, Steve.
Yeah, it says at the top of that.
I can't see good. I kinda figured this out a while ago, you know, this map here is an inch is 1,000 feet.
A little
Right.
further north.
It's right here.
8.598.
8.598 acres.
Is the way it's set up now, right?
Yeah.
I went from that property line, which I just estimated somewhere around 1,200 feet, that it's definitely over an inch. And include the lake, the west side of it, which I figured at 2,000 feet, because it's definitely somewhere around 2 inches. If you went west of the lake and just north of the house, you're looking at somewhere in that 45 to 50 acre 45 to 50 acres.
Clear to the east line,
Pardon?
clear to the east.
That's going clear to the east line where that's not going to the east line by probably 600-700 feet.
I think there was another deal that showed the building, something about turn off the, let's see. He had a PDF file that I looked at, and it showed the the buildings and the parking lots on it as well. Maybe it's in that drop-down box on the left side. Up. Zoning exhibit. In the black, up top.
Oh, no, that's the name of the file.
What's that? Is there a drop-down box there?
That's all there is.
That's all it is, okay.
There's parking and what else?
It just showed, the whole map of the buildings.
That's what he showed at the zoning meeting?
Yes. And it would show where the lagoon was into.
Yeah.
So if we make a change to the boundaries, are we gonna
Well,
slow
that's what I
down the
was-
zoning process?
Well, that's what I was wanting to visit with him about, was if we change it. I mean, he said we can do whatever we wanna do, I just don't know if you need to go through and re-change the zoning of that.
I just don't remember the speaking to her.
Well, anyway.
You know, the strip to the east looks like it'd be somewhere around 300 feet wide, 320 or 30, back to the 50. Would there be any, is that gonna have much value on it later to sell it for any need at all?
Industrial.
Versus trying to
Putting
put
it
it into
the house.
I think there's daycare or EMS.
I'm sorry?
I think there's daycare or EMS proposed in that location.
Plan to go in
Oh,
there.
they are?
Mhm.
East of that, of this area then.
So a lot of businesses, I'm gonna take a look at that if any value, but,
Yeah, that would be sufficient.
yeah, that's over, or definitely over 300 feet to the east of that.
Okay.
My drawing was come around lagoon, back up and take the one pond, the small pond, and then straight back to 50 highway. That was my thinking.
And go around the big pond.
Leave
No.
the big pond out of the property.
Right,
Give
right.
them give the property the small pond.
Yeah.
That was my.
Leave the small pond in that,
Mhm.
which would probably get it up to like 12, 14 acres, wouldn't it?
Cut right through there.
Yeah. Yeah, just basically come around the big pond, little pond, in between the big pond and the house, come around the little pond and straight back up to 50.
It looks like that little pond's been pretty well rip-wrapped.
He did, yeah, he rip-wrapped the whole bank
So-
and everything.
So from the big pond to the highway, if, like what you were talking, Jesse, if you left the little one with it, any plans for that area?
I haven't seen anything.
That's what my question is, whether maybe, what value is the big pond to our industrial park?
Right. Bobby, the question, we're just trying to discuss the property up there, what to do, sell it, to lease it to whoever, blah, blah, blah. And then I brought up the property boundaries and everything, and I said, the question was a big pond with the house? And I said, no, it's not. So we started looking at the pictures, and, so the questions are, are we going to, is the factories up there going to utilize the lake, or would incorporating it with the property be more enticing to spend $1.4 million to buy it? Does that make sense?
It does.
And then on the backside of this, everything that's been sectioned out in the zoning would that screw it all up?
So I agree with that premise, that the home was more valuable with the lake, but when land is already so expensive, and you may end up profiting 2 or 3 or 400,000 by selling the lake with the house, maybe, but what would you have to pay for it if you had to go back and buy it? And if you're going to dump millions and millions and millions of dollars, even if you don't actually pay for all that, but if you put millions of dollars in the dirt surrounding that, how much is it worth?
Well, that's what we're looking at, is what's the value of it to an industrial park? It's what versus, you know, we have a line, either we're gonna have to have a line going this way to include the little pond, or like you have it drawn now, to exclude both of them from the property, and the value, or the property south of the big lake, what would that be? Is there any plans for that area?
The original plan was to remediate the entire lake and make it the wastewater retention. That's where the wastewater would go. Now, since they've done the engineering, there is better suitable ground to the far north.
Where's the drainage to the big lake?
That lake?
Right there.
There's a stream to the west of it.
There's a stream to the west?
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't go back and...
So it comes in the center of it, and then
Right.
goes out to the west side of it?
Zoom out a little bit on that. Wade, would you please? Yep. You've got the whole hilltop of the house, and it goes down, cursor just north.
This is the hill.
That all drains that way.
Everything drains that way.
Yep, and then it goes to about where the lagoon is, and then it falls to the north and west, and then it comes around the slough, the creek, and there's no drainage that comes into that pond from that creek.
From the west there?
From the west.
Everything's coming in from the east.
So
Everything's
is
coming in
that-
from the north, from the south and the east.
Right.
So the water goes out into that draw?
Yep, out in that draw.
That's the outlet?
That's the.
Yep, that's the outlet.
So there's no drainage from the lake between the house and the small pond,
Other than the rain shed.
other than rain.
Rain shed, that's it.
Okay.
So, the original diagram you had up there to start with, the drainage out of that wouldn't be an issue for that 8 acres anyway.
Those were just our questions. If a person sells the property and you, I mean, I would say absolutely I would fit if we was gonna make that a lagoon within a stone throw of the house.
Correct.
That would just go.
That type of house.
So, once again, we go back to the value of having that acreage, and maybe even the small pond included in with the property, so, you know.
The original drawing, because the dirt is so expensive out there, from now on, that's what it's gonna cost. It is now that value. Unless we have a super duper depression, the price is not gonna go down. But that lake itself, originally, we cut out just a small piece of what would be the lake to give them a lake, but with the house, but, and we're gonna fill in, either make sewer retention out of it or take the pond out completely, and put fillable dirt back in the future to create more square footage.
More square footage.
And, I know that sounds ridiculous in any other scenario than at this property here. When you do have a meatpacking plant or somebody wants to come in, you do technically have the area for them.
Okay. So.
Just to try to retain all the land we can. Sorry, Jesse.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, we've got to have the discussion. So, okay, so between the east boundary line and the fence line,
To the east.
to the east of the property. So from that red line to the house, if we expanded the acreage to make it more enticing to sell the home, would that be a better direction to go?
I think so, because the hill, at least right now, is engineered to stay.
Yeah.
Because it helps the site stormwater by that hill being in the center of the property.
Mhm.
Otherwise, there'd have to be a bunch of millions of dollars worth of stormwater put in.
In between the red and the 50 highway on the Bailey house side, right in the corner, there was a proposed, was that daycare or EMS?
That was the EMS.
In that area right there.
I'm sorry.
Well, they wouldn't be surrounded, I mean, they would have one side that would be industrial against them if you went to that east line. Just to follow.
I just don't know what it'd take once we've already got the boundaries
For the zoning.
for the zoning already done.
Just a hearing.
You just have to have another hearing again?
And then because it would be a conversion to residential, I doubt you'll have anybody.
Object. I was wanting to give at least a little part of the property. That was my thinking. I mean, 'cause when you're standing when you're sitting in that swimming pool, you look out, it looks like a continuous body of water.
If the line was through the center of the lake, come down right here, that would be, because the body of water, until the commissioners decide to do so, will be there. It's not gonna be changed until there's reason to change it. But because water in Kansas is owned by the property owner, the contiguous property owner, halfway to whatever adjoining point, it wouldn't hurt anything to just draw a line straight through the center of the lake. That way you wouldn't have to give up the other side of the bank, or you could just do it around the perimeter of the lake. If you, I'm just trying to keep access to that water.
On the north side, is that the dam side?
Yeah, it's really not a dam.
But
just-
it's
a berm. Mhm. But you're wanting to have option, what good is it to have
What do we need
portion
that
of it?
water for?
If
Be
there's-
limited amount going into it, I mean, you're gonna pump it dry, it's gonna be gone.
That's true. If it's, right now, it is just existing stormwater runoff, the way you just described it. And if you give it away, in a deed transaction, resurvey it and deed it out and sell that property, there'll have to be additional, somewhere in that area, some kind of retention built.
So you're wanting to take the storm runoff from the north, from the building up to the north of the house and route that water to that pond?
If you give away the lake, the industries will be, I mean, this kind of teeters into Wade's realm, but we did a Love's truck stop back where I came from, and the adjoining property owner had a pond, and all the wastewater runoff from that Love's parking lot went into that guy's pond. Didn't hurt a thing, but he still sued the city for millions, and won.
That makes sense.
Well, if that's the case,
That
then
makes
you gotta
more
keep
sense.
the whole lake if you're concerned about that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That makes more sense, the reasoning behind it.
Okay,
Other than wanting to use it for something.
Yeah.
So, 'cause you could go in there, and build a drainage to drain all that runoff from the building up there
And hold it
down
there.
to that lake.
And it doesn't matter, again, in that scenario I just threw out. I mean, you can look it up online.
If you were gonna do that, I wouldn't wanna split it, I think you'd be risking the same thing.
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
Bobby, what were they gonna use the lake for? Did you say to put
Retention runoff.
retention?
Runoff retention.
Yeah, whether it happens or not.
Right,
I mean,
That'd be a possibility, wouldn't it?
Cause that building, the parking lot and everything comes over the lagoon. So that dark line that runs down is another drainage off the hill of the lagoon. It's not the lagoon drainage, but
Right.
that
They're on
line.
the west side.
That curved line.
Yeah, that curvy line, up a little more, Wade, that dark shed right there, now go right. Yeah, that is another drainage off the hilltop. So that is gonna be all building parking lot area.
Correct.
And so you're gonna wanna route that water towards the home and into that pond. Some way, shape, or form. Or you're gonna go into a tank, or you're gonna go into a drainage and pipe it.
underground stormwater sewer and have to pump it.
Yeah,
Would that be low enough that you could lower the level of the lake where it had, more like a, watershed type deal where it had a bigger capacity between full and low, so, or is there enough, or is it low enough in that draw to lower the outlet?
That big draw behind it is pretty deep compared to the pond.
You
water,
see
so,
what I'm thinking, that
yeah.
you could make it where it would hold more of a surge of water if you
Mhm.
needed to off the parking lot.
I don't know that you're gonna have a big surge, so to speak. All you're getting is the runoff from 50 Highway in there, and the East Hill, and the home property, and then be to the north and east. I wish we had a picture of
But
it.
if if it's concrete instead of dirt like it is now, we're gonna have
True that.
more water,
Yeah.
Those trees to the west side of the lake and headed down to Old 50, which way's that stream runs?
It runs from Beaver
From the north to
Junction
the south, does
to the
it?
south. Mhm.
That goes south.
What's wrong with diverting that water into that stream? And don't take it to the lake.
I don't know that you can do your runoff into the stream. Yeah, I don't know you can, I know you gotta control it, don't you?
It's been controlled, it can be put back in there, but it has to go through a system.
Yeah, it's gotta go through a process to do that.
Yes, sir.
And the state's involved in that.
KDHE.
Yes.
sir.
Okay. Well, maybe we better keep it.
Well, it's something we can mull around in our head.
There's another reality too, when you put that thing out for sale, people with the kind of money that would buy that, they're probably gonna hit you up for the lake. If they'll pay for it, then you decide to sell it, then
Then we could come up with another water plant, build one north of it.
that's right. That's right.
So right now, all the water that's coming from the north, it's all being dumped into the lake.
All the water that comes from the south and east comes into that lake. All the water that comes from 50 Highway to the lake, over to the east red line, and then down the red line or up, whichever you wanna go, up towards the top of the screen, that water drains in towards the house and the lake. And everything else goes to the slough.
We got several people out here for a KSMC meeting. Did they come in here?
It's not us, is it?
It's me.
That's you. Go ahead. You're good.
Okay.
We'll keep deliberating. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't have if I had red light, it would be easier to, it sits funny. It's hard to explain, but no water from that slough goes into that pond
Okay.
whatsoever.
The pond's up above
The
that.
pond's up above
Above
that.
that draw.
The only water. This is the drainage here. Everything that falls from here this way goes in. Everything that falls between here and the hilltop right here goes this way. And everything that falls from here over comes into the pond. And everything that falls up in here comes this way, this way, this way.
Okay.
You know, with everything basically draining to that direction, if the lake is full, all that water's gonna get to Highway 50.
Oh, it's gonna have to get really full. You'll have
Yeah,
water, you'll have
the lake
water
would
in
have to
the
be
pool.
full.
You'll have
Lake would
water,
have to be full.
you'll have water in the walkout basement of that house before that happens. It'll be a big swimming pool. It might be a cod pond, but
Well, I've been on that 50, you know, for many times, but I've never visually looked at there.
Those, in between
Do
those
we need to
drainages,
do we need to take a hour or two to go up and take a look at it sometime?
it wouldn't hurt anybody to drive by there and stop. But
I
those
could do-
drainages between that driveway that goes to the house and the pond dam, those are pretty deep. You see the green right in the middle? That's the hilltop.
I see.
So it falls east and it falls west. And where that other drainage is, there's another hill that runs there. But they're pretty decent drains.
So is this the property line right here?
Yep, well, it on both sides, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that splits, it either goes towards 75 or it goes towards the little lake. Okay. That's the top of the hill, that red line.
Well, I gotta be in Topeka this evening for a great-grandson ball game. I'll just drive by and pay more attention. I just haven't paid a lot of attention.
I think take that slopes downhill.
I've been by there, Jay.
That east might drain, that east drains more about it.
I can't get in my head.
That east
I
drains
can't
more.
visualize either, Steve.
That east hay meadow drains, portion of it drains north. Right there where his mouse is.
That goes north.
That goes north, yeah.
About the
And
brook.
everything to the left goes left.
But the red line is our boundary, is our property line.
That's just the center of the property. We own both sides.
We own to the
Okay,
east too.
okay.
Oh, so it's one section and another
Yeah.
section, that's, okay.
That is the hilltop. That is dead
okay.
center of the hilltop. And all that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we just gotta see what we can do. I mean, if we've gotta rezone it again, you know, that's gonna be a process that you gotta go through. But if it's worth the while, why not?
Well, if the lake has value to the project, then maybe the way it's marked off now is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
If it has value to the
To the development, yeah.
Right.
And that's the
If
way,
it-
you know, if it can be utilized for some runoff water or something there.
Be beneficial to keep it.
Be beneficial. I would just think of what good is it, if there's enough water there to help with the industry, but if there is to have a catch pool, you might say, if that's.
They might turn it into a recreation deal.
Alright.
Which may mean leasing it in the short term until you know what the blueprint is for the plans, and then that way you can, maybe you can decide from there, because right now,
It's all speculation.
it's all speculation, and someone who would wanna come in and purchase that property, as Bobby said, the lake potentially would have value, and how it's gonna be utilized by the entities makes a difference too.
Yeah.
By leasing it, it would give us time to, it would put money back into our coffers, plus it would give us time to reevaluate, make sure what's going on, seeing some dirt coming in.
Yeah, and it might, that little lake might be of zero value to anything, and then you can put it with the property.
Yeah.
Make the property worth more.
That is a nice lake.
Goes with the house. It fits
It
well.
does.
It fits really well, and they built it to fit well with the house.
Especially if you walk out the back.
Walk
Take a
out the
look.
back to that pool. Yeah.
And it's right there.
Yeah, if you're in the swimming pool, it just looks like a continuous, like, continuous swimming pool. It's pretty cool. I wouldn't have it.
They did good, they did good when they built it.
They did good. They did good, very well. All right, enough of this horse.
Look, I need to be buying some lottery tickets.
Your wife would love that swimming pool, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Speaking of land, I know June is the magic month for that other purchase option, and I don't know where that is in the process, if it's even a thing anymore, but
Well,
I know June is,
The end of this month.
well, I'd have to see it, I don't have it.
I know we've spent a lot of money on property up there. This property is cheaper than what we paid for that property. The benefit to that property is, and downfall is on the other side of 75. One of the benefits is it's downhill from this property, and your drainage, if you should do something, sewer plant or something to that nature, wastewater facility of that nature down there. The downfall of that, there is a good-sized lake adjacent to that property. If you should happen to have an issue there, and it runs over into that lake and that house, it could cause an issue there.
Yeah. Because that slopes to the south.
To the south, yes. Yes.
Didn't Bobby here a few months ago have a firm that was wanting to work on that side in 30 acres? Wonder where that's at.
Yes. I don't know. Can't answer that.
Yeah, because at that time, if I remember, was that before the first of the year, after the first of the
I
year?
don't recall.
I recall him saying something like that, but at that time, I thought that if something was going to happen, it was going to happen fairly quickly, if I remember right.
That's what I'd understood.
So apparently didn't, just what I thought would be.
Yeah.
That is the property right there. Up. right
His
there.
property to the north.
Yeah.
And that slopes towards the south.
Yes,
This
everything
portion comes this way, and then that other portion is a hill, and it kinda goes to the backside, and then southeast. It's pretty tough to make something.
Need to know what our option date is on that.
And the road already goes up to it.
It goes.
It does. But the problem with that is that if it drains this way, so anything with sewer would put it close to these folks here.
If
I mean,
you
if-
have an issue, it would go into that lake and towards their house.
Yep.
You know, I don't know whether we've seen a picture of it before. Is it that particular 70 acres, or is it the one north?
No, it's that one there.
Is that one there?
The other one's 160, I think, to the north.
The one to the north is?
That's all big hilltop pavement.
It is.
Just wanted to
Yeah.
mention it.
I would say if Andy wanted to put it in our notes to revisit the, Luma option. Next week. Wade, you got anything else for us today? Or anything for us? Or else?
I do, I'm waiting on
Oh, yeah. Email.
Warren to send, so I'll keep checking on that. I will, maybe at the back end, ask for a 10-15 minute executive session, but we'll roll around.
Steve, you got anything?
I don't.
Don?
Aaron Copeland, who's the city superintendent in Leroy, and I told him I would at least bring it up. On the east side of Main Street there in Leroy, the Leroy City's got a building that's, probably at least 40 foot across and maybe 100 foot deep. And it used to be the old, what we used to call Clarence Colton building. He had a shop there, and the floor in that thing, every 10 by 10 or every 12 by 12, looked like they were poured individually, and of course now some of them are 2 inches higher than the other, or 2 inches lower, or whatever it may be, and they have no heat in that building at all, because it's just a straight metal building. The city is wanting to know, and they're talking about somewhere around 40,000, maybe 45. They want to lay a smooth concrete floor, and they're just going to do it on top. Blow insulation in the east 40 feet of the building, and make it where they can heat it and keep their equipment in the wintertime in better shape. Because right now, all their equipment is sitting, they have no heated space at all. And they would like to know if we would take a look at allowing them to pull the funds out of infrastructure money to do that. Right now, they've got one tractor, they got one backhoe, they got 2 mowers, and it is where they store a lot, store their equipment. And I told Aaron that I just see what the commission would do.
And it's a good building.
Pardon?
It's a good building.
It appears to be a real good building, Steve. They got a nick in the south wall there where somebody drove in the south wall. Because in that parking lot to the south. And, but the building appears to, they got the door on the west end and the door on the east end are probably both 16 by 16. They're pretty good width, they got pretty good height to them. And I told Aaron, I said, I just have to bring it up before the commission. And the commission wants Aaron to come in, I'll just tell him to come in. But I know it's probably been what the infrastructure is. But some of the equipment's used for infrastructure and repairs and stuff, so.
And that'd also be like a repair shop for them.
Yeah, well, the rest of the building can be used as a repair shop, but in the wintertime, it's gonna be ice cold too.
Right.
But they're wanting to just do the east 45 or 50 feet, whatever the beams are. We didn't take time to measure the beams, but.
Well, if that east side's finished and it's heated, if they needed to work on something, they can pull it out of one end, roll it around to the other side and work on it.
I guess
I can see the need that they're asking for, but, they'd like to pull it out of their infrastructure funds.
We've done some of that before, and I can't remember, if it was Waverly, New Strong. Somebody come in asking for some infrastructure. Maybe it was New Strong. I don't know, and I think.
It wasn't for the riprap, was it?
Oh, no, the riprap we gave them $150,000.
Or we're going to.
We're going
See,
to.
the city's also looking at that, their lagoons, they've got 3 lagoons down there. Sometime in the next 2 or 3 years, they're gonna have to redo them.
Clean them out and rip.
Redo them, which would be, to me, be infrastructure.
Oh, sure,
funding.
that's, exactly right.
And, so, they're trying to, wanna put a 5-year plan together, which I've always advocated that for any business, but their lagoons are gonna have to be addressed here in the next 2 or 3 years, and probably done over 2 or 3 year period.
Down that same line, if things go like they should, we may have to take a look at a little more infrastructure money for these cities, just
to help out with the growth.
Just to help out with the growth. I could see that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Contingent on what happens up here.
Right. Well, I don't know, I bet Tom would have some knowledge of what's happened before.
Well, their next, council meeting is July the 10th, because the 3rd falls on a Monday, and they've moved theirs to the 2nd Monday. so I wouldn't, you know,
We've got one more
Tom will be
meeting.
back, so we got 2 or 3 weeks too.
Tom would have some knowledge, I believe, unless Angie can find something.
I'm looking.
I know we've had some invoices come in, or the summary come in, where a city bought a tractor, or bought a pickup or something, but, you know, which is maybe a little bit of a gray area for infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
And this might be,
Yeah.
I can see where it'd be a plus, hoping increase, keep the value of their equipment a little bit better, but
Right.
not let it sit there.
I was thinking it would increase the value of the building itself.
Well, it would increase the value of the building, yeah. And it'll never be sold, but it will increase the
Right,
value of the
right.
building. Yeah. Cause I'm adding the eaves on this, and it's probably, the eaves are probably 16 to 18.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice
Where's this
building.
building, is it
Like
like
east.
Sutherland?
No, it's like
Oh,
north of the pizza parlor, north of
Oh.
the grocery store, there's that parking lot, and it's right north
Okay.
of that.
Brownfield Groceries there in the brick building.
Right.
And it's, right now, it's being condemned, it'll probably come down. And then there's a parking lot to the north of it, and it's that tan building right north of it.
One-time withdrawal from infrastructure or parking rec in the amount not to exceed
Almost to the
20,000.
south or something, that's my opinion.
It's been,
Not very good.
The city of Burlington pulled not to exceed 20,000 out of an infrastructure,
Or
deal
park and rec.
for Parks and Rec.
And that was in 2021, August of 2021. Don, do you remember that?
what'd they do?
You guys allowed them to have $20,000 of their infrastructure money or park and rec for something.
Burlington.
Yeah, I remember, but I don't recall what it was for. I don't recall. I know here 2 or 3, 4 years ago, some city bought a backhoe tractor, and I think it was 40 or 50, but I don't remember what city. And then there was a pickup bought one time, but, you know, it just used directly for the infrastructure. I'm not sure about the pickup, but I can see a tractor with a backhoe. You know, it's gonna be involved in a lot of infrastructure
Right,
stuff.
do all the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was told a story one day down at Leroy, somebody wanted a culvert, rock put in, and they dumped the culvert off and dumped a load of rock, said, there it is, didn't spread the rock out over the culvert or nothing.
The rock gradually got, I think I know which one you're talking about, it gradually got scooped out a little bit, but it's still worse work.
You wanted the rock in the culvert, here it is.
Here you
Yeah,
go.
They didn't say we was gonna put the rock over the culvert.
They couldn't say we didn't get it.
True that. Wade, do you have anything?
Did you say you had an executive session, Mr. Bowie?
Yes.
Okay. I'll wait till after that.
Angie, you got any good news for us
I
today?
do, believe it or not. So Elixir, our drug or pharmacy benefit or whatever, they issued us a check in the amount of $17,628 in rebates for the period of July 22 through September 2022, so third quarter. So that was $17,628. And then we got a notice last Friday that we were getting another ACH for $27,810.
From them?
Yeah, from Elixir. So a total of $45,438. So.
There goes the parking lot. That helps out there.
Yeah, there you go. And then, we need to talk about checks and vouchers for the rest of the year, so if you guys wanna get your calendars out real quick.
You got mine.
You tell me when I gotta be here, that's not like, I don't like it like that.
Okay, July, I'm looking at the Wednesday, the 26th.
July, Wednesday, the 26th.
I'm not gonna work close today, I didn't bring my calendar.
In August, we're looking at Monday, the 28th.
That'd be a good fit there.
Monday, the 28th,
Yeah.
that'll work out good.
September, Wednesday, the 27th.
Sorry, August the
28th.
8th.
That's on Monday.
On
That's
Monday,
county.
following the meeting, yeah.
And then in
And September, Wednesday, the 27th.
October.
October, Monday, the 30th, I think. It'll be a squeeze, but we'll make it work.
We done that once before, here
Yeah.
a couple months ago.
We did.
say that again, Angie.
It's
October
30th.
30th, Monday. November, I think we'll try to do it the 27th following the meeting. These are tentative, so if they do end up changing, but at least we kind of have a plan.
Okay.
And then December, I'm thinking we'll shoot for the, Tuesday the 26th, because we're closed Christmas Day anyway, and that's a short week, and then you'll be back for year-end transfers, if we have any to transfer on the 29th.
That'll make four voucher dates on meeting dates, so.
Yeah.
And then, as earlier, we were talking, the time clock system so far working this week. It's been off and on for the past 2 weeks. And I'm still waiting to hear back from the trainer gal that, was trying to get us going, so I think we're gonna be delayed again.
Are they working, I mean, are the folks liking the time clocks?
They're just practicing, you know, they have
Sure.
questions, and there's still things that we need to know too, and so when that put our trainer behind because of the outage they had in May, and it's all a mess, so. Anyways, hopefully we'll get it straightened out here soon.
Pretty
You
good.
will.
That's all I have.
The last day of the year
Yeah, the 29th.
is gonna be the 29th. We're not closed that day, are we?
No,
I know there's been a time,
you'll see. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
because the first is on a Monday.
yes.
So we won't meet there until Tuesday, but
We'll be
closing
closed
the
Monday.
closing the month out or the year out.
Yeah, we'll be doing checks and vouchers. We'll probably leave early that day when you're done with transfers, if we have any.
That's Friday the 29th.
Yeah. So you could write that down, year-end transfers.
So the 26th is when our meeting is.
Right.
And we're going to do checks and vouchers then.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
and then to close out the year.
The 29th.
The 29th. Yeah. And what time, I mean.
I don't know what time yet,
okay,
but
that's silly.
it'll be late.
Down the line. 9, 10 o'clock, something like that.
It's usually about 11,
Yeah.
noon, 1,
I'm
somewhere.
not
I was
sure
just
it was
curious.
noon last time, but
Yeah, we have to wait until cash is balanced,
I don't recall.
and then, I think you guys came in about 1. Or you might have come earlier, but didn't handle other business until, that's all I have.
I think we did checks and vouchers that day, and then we waited around until, didn't we? Until it closed.
I know, I think we did year-end transfers after.
I'm not sure we have dead vouchers on that year-end close.
Yeah,
I think we did. I think we had vouchers and year-end closed the same day.
might have been some special issues, but.
Maybe
Because they had got the checks written out. Yeah, I bet it was just special issues, but
That's us.
I don't believe I have anything that I can remember anyway. No, I don't have nothing. We're back to Wade Bowie.
Request a 15-minute executive session, attorney-client, and to discuss potential legal issues surrounding board practices.
I'll move. I'll second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, motion passes. We will. Can you give a couple minutes? Yeah, we'll enter at, 3:38. Thanks.
for next week, okay. Yeah.
I'd suggest 5 more minutes under the same rationale, same reasoning, same people.
5 more minutes?
5 or 10.
I think it's 7. What's it gonna be?
We do 10?
Let's just
Five's
go
not
back.
much.
Let's go back 10. I'll make sure I push the button. Had to scramble counting. I'll move that we go into executive session again under the same for 10 minutes. Same group.
I'll second. Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Steve.
go ahead.
Seconded by Meats, moved by Knight. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We will enter at 3:58. 3:58 by my clock. That one's 2 minutes off. Or a minute off.
Run.
Yeah, no running. Can't run in the hallways.
We wouldn't have been upset if you were napping when we got back.
Should have woke us up.
I received a notice that the change order request is in, so.
Okay.
I'll need to forward it to Andy.
No action taken on last executive session? I don't know if anybody said that.
Correct.
Just heard that. Just heard that? Okay. First you've heard. Yay, me.
I've already jumped on to the next thing.
Okay.
Alright, so I forwarded that to Angie, but in the meantime, put it up on the screen. Why not? You have this fancy TV in here with a screen, might as well use it.
Uh-oh. Technology's great as long as it works.
Printing.
The printer may beat the computer system.
I'm thinking it might.
First got our internet at our house years ago, it take about 5 minutes to get one picture printed.
Mm-hmm. Things have speeded up a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Ours has been giving us trouble lately though. It's pretty annoying when it doesn't work how you want.
I had cats meow when I got my fax machine 28 years ago.
Isn't that right?
Woo! I was pooping in tall cotton. Now fax machine, you ask somebody for their fax number, they're like, we don't have a fax.
Yeah, well, I think it's, I asked for one, yep, I think it still works.
Well, we got it.
What was the deal before fax, where it printed on the paper and then eventually the writing would go away?
It was the original fax machine.
That was the
That
original
was the
fax?
paper, yeah, it turned yellow.
Yeah. I got a whole bunch of receipts one time for a tractor I bought that had all this work that had been done to it. Pulled it out of the file later, couldn't read any of it.
Faded away.
You say you left it on the dash in the hot sun.
Yeah, just be gone.
Didn't know worky waiting. As the world spins.
It just worked earlier.
Unable to
It's
connect.
pretty temperamental, for sure.
Might make sure it's connected to the internet.
Let's see, we got an IT guy, don't we?
Yep.
Might be. He might have already went home for the day.
Let's try.
Negatory ghostwriter.
I just had it connected earlier.
Yeah, you went to lunch though. No? We had it up there looking at the property, didn't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna try to do it a different way.
Angie beat you.
Maybe.
Winner!
Good old printer, right?
It's just not gonna be in a pretty color, it's just gonna be in black and white.
Hey, black and white's okay.
Facts.
I did it a different way. Well, maybe.
Hey, there you go.
Thank you.
You want a copy, Lee?
Sure. So here's the. With Marcus, I see it too. In all its glory. Alright. Is this change order number 3 or 4?
Should be 3.
It's 3.
It says 3.
We done 2 the other day.
I thought it was already further along in change order, so. Change order number 3. Proposed change order at the request of Coffee County, revisions to storm sewer system design at North 6th Street areas. And it has the added inlet, 30-inch HDPE piping, and then revision the grading, riprap quantities and locations of RCP flared end sections. That total is $50,830.98. That cost estimate on page 2. And it includes the kilo estimate. The emails, here is the design that it's here. It's also included, I don't know how big it is in this sheet, but
It's not bad to look at.
it actually isn't bad. That's surprising. So if you see the email that's also included, attached to that from Brian Killo to Redo, 48-inch round structures will be 2 weeks faster than the 4x4 square, assuming box connecting the 36-inch pipe will be 5x5. So I can get approval based on previous drawings. We can get these produced within a couple weeks. And then the response from Redo, that box would need to be 4x4 inner dimension, 5x5 outer, or a 5-foot inner diameter manhole. So that's where the round came from. And then,
This doesn't have the part two.
yeah, that doesn't have.
This doesn't have the.
Doesn't have the water.
Yeah, that's
Wait.
what I was wondering.
Doesn't have the correction out here for northeast.
Yeah.
If we were gonna make it in one,
Hopefully.
one order, right?
Hopefully.
Pause.
Hit pause.
Cause we wanted to do it at one time, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, wanting to do this, both revisions at one time.
Right. That's why we didn't do it this morning, right?
Dawn, you said you had to leave by 4:30?
Yeah, or I think I'll just call her and tell her to meet me up there at 5 on Main Street.
Oh.
There's no reason for me to drive home, I can pick up on the way.
You gotta make it be here till 5.
It's looking that way, ain't it? You really?
We're looking for a record.
Yeah.
I didn't
It
think we
will.
were gonna be either. I thought it was gonna be pretty short this afternoon.
I still got all my work on top of this. You look kinda ill. Maybe. You need that, Mark, you need that. Hey, thank you.
Well, I'm still here. Why don't you just take off or sometime where you can meet me at 5? We could probably just park, meet there in the hospital parking lot. At this time of night, they wouldn't have any cars in there. Yeah. I'll leave, I'll just meet you there.
Are we on Road and Bridge, are they on the 410s now?
Yes.
And they're the only department that's on the 410s?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just, the email stuff that was, a guy was asking about going to 410s. You know, and,
Someone emailed you asking?
well, yeah, I mean, I thought it went to. Yeah, they
Oh,
went
that
to-
was another county.
That was another county that was asking how we got
About the
along.
courthouse.
Yes.
I think they were talking about the courthouse.
Courthouse,
with it
yeah.
Being on 410s.
Oh.
Another county was,
And I thought Road and Bridge was on 410s, and we've done that, or they've done that for several years, haven't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as I've been here 20 some.
And
I
that's
know
always been
longer,
on,
yeah.
okay.
And
And I
they
think
can
you're
work
right,
on
that
their
had to
hours
do with the
and stuff.
courthouse.
I think that's what it was. He was asking
Yeah.
about if anybody else did 410s in their courthouse, I think.
And I kept on thinking Road and Bridge, and I guess I just didn't,
How could you not have the courthouse open 5 days a week?
I don't know.
well, I don't know.
That's what the email
There's
said,
some
though.
do.
Oh, really?
No, I not know.
How many emails did you get?
I don't know, just come in with with
Just-
my county.
It came in with my county email.
From
I think I got three different
Put it in
emails
the
from different
trash,
counties.
Look at it.
Probably won't do it 'cause
There's one or two counties that's working 410s, but
Yeah.
most, many of the employees didn't care.
They'll be off on the same day as everybody else.
Yeah. Or you'd still be open 5 days and have staff work 410, and the others work 410. I don't know how they do it.
I don't either. When I read that, I just had in my head, they were talking, I guess, Road and Bridge, and then when I read it more, why I thought, well, no, they're talking about the courthouse.
They're talking about courthouse.
Yeah.
And they're getting the treasurer's office pretty well tore up, aren't they?
Mhm.
Yeah.
What was their time frame on getting that all done?
I think just this week.
Just this week?
Yeah, I think they're gonna be open for business Monday, I think is what.
Was from a commissioner in Manhattan. Says our department heads have proposed changing the courthouse hours to 4 10-hour days.
Yeah.
And closed on Fridays. Anyone ever tried this or heard of other government offices doing this? So,
There was one county that tried it that but it met with some resistance and everything. I forget what the county was.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very handy for a lot of people, I
No,
wouldn't think.
not a lot of people, I mean, a lot of people take Fridays out, I ain't saying a lot of people, but people take Fridays off to do county business. To do business,
Yeah.
you know, and.
Yeah. Wouldn't work very good. I think my phone would be ringing.
Yeah, I can think of many things that'd be like going over.
There's some more schools going 4 10s, or 4 days a week now.
Yeah, I don't know how that.
So the good news is, it's being worked on.
I figured that's gonna be your response.
The bad news is, it hasn't made its way this way yet, but it will. So, the key is, if you don't deal with it today, then either you have to come back to deal with it before Monday, or wait till next Monday and deal with it then. If you wait until next Monday, then they can't do anything without a change order, because we've dealt with that already.
It's August 1st by the time that
So can we?
Well,
We
you can,
can't
this is,
adopt the two
this
separate
is
things?
change order number 3, so you can go ahead and deal with change order number 3. Change order number 4 will be to follow, which deals with the water main issue. So I think it'll come at any time.
We've got.
Before 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm here.
We've made it this far already.
Yeah, we might as well hit a
finish
record.
it up.
Let's hit a record.
Pizza and beer brought in maybe or something.
Do what, Wade?
Get some pizza and beer.
That's right.
Brought in.
That wouldn't be presenting a very good.
It would not.
I can help you with one of them. You pick which one.
Pizza, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
While we're in a pause, if you remember, next week starts a jury trial on Tuesday. So Angie sent out an email, thank you Angie, to county employees to please park somewhere other than the back parking lot, the west parking lot, to accommodate the anticipated 100 jurors that have been summoned to come in for trial. And then we'll move the fleet vehicles to either the annex or to Road Bridge.
Or
Right.
weed, or recycling, and they said we could move them out there too.
Okay.
The only bad thing about going to Road and Bridge, unless somebody has a key, they're working 4/10, so they won't be there Friday.
Yeah, but nobody's here. I didn't think the idea would be to park them inside the gate, outside the gate.
Oh,
I mean, they're outside here.
yeah, true that, yeah. I'm just thinking,
If we got permission to use a Christian church parking lot, or Methodist church, whichever it is,
going down here.
Oh,
have we got, because that's been mentioned in the emails, have we
yeah,
got
we
permission?
did.
Have we got permission?
I didn't check with them, but, I mean, I guess I can do that, and
It might be.
I think being
Not
the
yet.
courtesy, maybe we ought to check with them,
Yeah.
don't you?
I can do that.
Because they've got a lot of parking spaces down there that aren't too far away.
Unless there's some sort of service
Yeah,
going on,
unless
we
there's
don't want to
service.
park there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might have a funeral or something, I don't know if they have funerals there or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
they
do.
put signs out and
They
stuff.
have
for
quite a
that
few
usually.
later.
Mhm.
Too many.
Yeah.
You just ask when you go in for confession, right? Oh, that's Catholic.
Wrong church.
Wrong church.
Sounds like our discussion out at Hayes, don't it? And it wasn't about that religion
No.
either, it was another one.
All right, I just sent you the newest number 4.
You said it's Tuesday and Wednesday next week?
Yes. Tuesday and Wednesday, and the trial is all week, but hopefully we have a jury by the end of the day Monday.
Okay.
Only time will tell there.
That's what works the best on my computer.
Reload. What do you want me to reload? The shotgun?
Right.
I'm not smart enough to get my computer to even say that.
My boy girlfriend told me one day, she said, you can share your screen to the TV. I'm like, well, what? She's talking about my telephone. You gotta be kidding me.
But you have to have a smart TV to do that.
You gotta have a smart TV and a smart operator.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things I keep hearing, that we need a smart TV in our house. I
Yeah.
said, I'm not very smart.
So this is change order number 4. Relocation, 8-inch water line in direct conflict with new curb inlet A3 located at south intersection of Neosho and South 6th Street. Due to current workload, manpower concerns, City of Burlington Water Department unsure when this utility relocation could occur. Time constraints.
So this would be 2 separate motions then?
Yeah.
So this one is the 25,184 we referenced earlier. I think that was the total.
Mhm.
And it, as you saw, no markups, fee, insurance were included with this purchase order because it's not under the scope of Kilo. So, they're not including,
You say it's not in the scope of work of Kilo? Oh, yeah, because that other company's doing.
Yeah, what's the, that was the other company.
so the CMP volume insurance rate, it's straight to, look at, you even put a balloon thing around.
Oh, it's 36,000?
No, minus 10,000 for the deal.
25,184.
Yeah, okay.
So, that is,
Fancy change order number 4.
number 4 and hopefully the final.
We're quite a ways from the last cycle.
Yes. As much as it pains me, I'll make a motion to accept proposal change order number 3 in the sum of $50,830.98 for the storm sewer design in 6th Street area.
I'll second.
Moved by Knight, seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
What did you do with that?
I just read the, change order and then, what did I read? I don't remember.
At the request of Coffee County.
Okay.
Yeah, storm sewer system / design at North Sixth Street area. I kept it pretty simple, but that's the way I am. Once again, as much as it pains me. The motion to approve change order number 4, which is the relocation of an 8-inch water line in direct conflict with new curb inlet A3 located at south intersection of Neosho and South Street for $25,184.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by McCurry, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
You say where they were coming from?
Oh, no, I didn't say where they was coming from. To be paid from.
General fund, capital outlay line item.
Okay.
I think that's where the
Yeah.
original project was coming from.
Yep. And that's where the number 2 come from, change order.
Yeah.
The first one come from the jail, right?
Yep, first one I think was checked.
Yeah, come out of the jail fund.
That was the line that cost.
Yep.
That tied in with the jail.
Speaking of that, Angie, do you recall seeing the first official bill come through? Invoice?
With River City?
Is either from River City or Goldberg.
Didn't we have one last week from Goldberg? Did we have one submitted?
Well, that was for Goldberg. This would be for this part of the project, so.
I'll look real quick.
Oh, for change order number 1? No?
So, this would be for the certain percentage of the project that's been,
Oh, I think we did, didn't we?
was that last week?
Was it Kilo we made it out to?
I don't remember now.
I know I saw one, but I could be blending the weeks, I just wanna make sure.
I know we paid TOTH, TOTH, those the engineers, or,
Was that 2 weeks ago?
I don't recall.
end of May, we paid TOTH.
Okay.
48,000.
So that was,
I don't have anything for River City.
Oh, I need to sign those, don't I? I should have said authorize direct chairman.
I don't think.
You don't need to.
You don't need to sign that, because then they'll send in the final.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, they'll send it probably next week or something.
Okay.
They just need to know
That it passed.
the green light, so I've already let them know.
So no, I don't have anything else other than paying TOTH.
Okay. There's something else, let me see if I can find it. Thought it went to you and I, but.
Jesse, I'm gonna skip out on,
take care of
yeah,
that.
second week.
Yeah, you have a
Be
safe
careful.
trip.
Safe trip.
We will.
Very good.
Only 2 weeks too late.
Summer going.
Yeah, you're going fast. Holy smoke.
I better get in gear, that's all I know.
Got all your brome done?
No, waiting for it to do something. I don't know.
For it to cut itself?
Yeah, for a week when they don't forecast rain.
I'll mow it down, those cows will eat it.
I don't have any brome myself.
Oh. Our guys, they haven't even started. Supposed to been working on the mower. Supposed to have been a winter project. The guy never showed up to work on the mower. Now here it is, 3 weeks after brome should be mowed.
Well, I know, but there wasn't much brome 3 weeks ago.
Well, true that.
Wow, a lot of stem.
Yeah,
A lot of
yeah.
stem.
Blades grown a little bit, but man, there for a while, the stems weren't, the blades weren't that tall.
I know.
You know, it did that last year too. It was way late.
Yeah.
Turn or whatever you wanna call it.
Yeah,
growing.
this stuff already had a head shot out and the
Stacked.
limbs were like, or the leaves were like that. Man. Cost of fertilizer, that stuff needs to make 2 tons if it's gonna do any good,
It
you
does.
know?
It does.
It really does.
And even though fertilizer was down a little bit,
Yeah.
okay, in comparison to last year.
Just dig up a little dirt and put in with it when you're raking it in.
Yeah. Once
It's
you
a
rake
filler.
on the ground, get
Yeah.
all the dead stuff.
Yeah. What was your question on that, Wade? What you're looking for?
That's a work to date bill for a kilo,
Oh,
and it's signed off on by Goldberg and Kilo and River City. But I guess right now I'm not finding it. I know I've seen it unless
Has it been a little while back? I can't remember.
I'm dreaming. And if I'm dreaming about the stuff,
need a vacation?
then that's
Angie, the one that was done 2 weeks ago, which one was that?
Well, let's see, we did,
That was the last one May?
change order 1 and 2, and then we paid Toth.
Okay.
I do remember Wade bringing the piece of paper in here, something about Goldberg, there was $100 and
So
some
it says,
thousand.
here's our first bill.
Oh, that was 132 back in January. We paid Goldberg, 132,000.
I can't recall.
Cause I just pulled that up.
well, the good news is
February, 132,134.
Do you have a copy of it? You don't have a copy of the bill and they're attached to that, do you? What it was for?
Probably. Yep. I can pull it up.
See how far back Wade's thinking.
it's within the last
This was
several weeks.
coming out of the Jill's construction. Gotta
Right.
enlarge it so I can see it. Okay. Construction costs, fixtures, furnishings, and equipment. Total design fee, 45% down is what we paid on it. 132,134.
Is that to Kilo?
This was,
That was
Goldberg.
Goldberg.
Yeah, this one I think is to,
Did we maybe have it in for payment? Did we receive it? I could go see if it's in.
So if it'd been Kilo, that would've been on this project out here, right?
It should be, yeah.
So that would've just been
it's recent.
just recent.
Yep.
That's assignment 2, which shows it.
The good news is they'll ask where it is. I think for today, let's revisit it next week.
Nothing there, no, got to be paid and nothing.
I'll find it, get it to you, and deal with it next week. These are the pressing ones that had to be done, their work comes to a screeching halt.
Yes. No money, no worky. All right, nobody has anything else. We will adjourn at 4:45. And the light is off. See y'all on the funny pages.